Good afternoon, good afternoon. We will be starting shortly. We got some parole board hearing cases to try today. I hope everybody's ready. Sending out these notifications. Please hit the like button if you have not already. You are now at the Wabbit Crime Network. You're now rocking out with Sis Wabbit. I will be the investigative journalist today. Get your magnifying glasses ready. If you already have a membership to the channel, you will have access to all the exclusive member emojis. The emojis are exclusives to members only. Greetings to everyone. Good afternoon. Happy holidays to y'all. Good morning. Salute to all to the new members. Leticia's Third Eye POV. Salute to you. Shout out to EA. Let me get Nightbot ready real quick, because I need Nightbot to put my new channel 5.0. I'm not the 5.0 Crime Cam. We got a new channel, Wabbit Crime Cam, where you can find body cam content on there. didn't even realize what I was hearing. All right, all right, all right, all right. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Salute to the new members and shout out to Leticia Third Eye POV. You are much appreciated. At least Letitia's Third Eye POV has gifted 5 memberships to the Wabbit Crime Network. So Jamie Jules, welcome to the membership gifted by Letitia's Third Eye POV. Diana Deborah was gifted a membership by Leticia Third Eye POV. Keep the Change. KTC was gifted a membership by Letitia's Third Eye POV. 7G07 was gifted a membership by Letitia's Third Eye POV. And Jason with a Carrot was gifted a membership by Letitia's Third Eye POV. You are appreciated. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the new members. I appreciate the gifted memberships. And we also got a new channel called the Wabbit Crime Cam, where you can find content on body cam content, surveillance content, videos from police dashboard, that type of stuff. Where this channel is really focused on court cases. You'll see a lot of Louisiana Parole Board stuff here, but you will also see other trials and cases as well. A lot of those things will be separated into playlists. But we are here today for our, regularly, our normal parole board hearing watch along. The parole boards are very interesting to do the watch along too, because we have an interactive process we go through here where, because the parole board votes on their verdicts, it allows us to be a little bit more interactive with how we deal with this content. So what we will do is we will watch the parole interview, and I will stop the video right before the judges vote. And then I will put a poll in the chat to ask the audience, do they think the judges will grant or deny parole in this case? I will leave the poll in the chat for 3 minutes, and then I will allow everybody to vote. After the 3 minutes is up, I will end the poll and read the results of the audience's vote. And then I will press play, and then we would hear the judges vote, and we will see if the audience and the judges are in line with each other. Sometimes we are right there with the judges, and sometimes, we get a surprise. We get a surprise. We got a few cases here today. We got a couple of them. And we're going to get to it. Shout out to all my members. Shout out to all the members and all the people here right now participating. Very much appreciated. The interaction is important. Let me see, which one is this? All right. Let me shout out my members. Shout out to all my members. I want to give a shout out to so I'm about to list the members right now. Salute to all of you guys. 7G07, Diana Deborah, George Smith, Keep the Change, Letitia's Third Eye POV, Jamie Jules, Jason with a Carrot, Go Getter, Dove C Lit, Thick Cut, Evolve Mate, Tora Hayes, Mad Max 250, Sonya B, Draco, Toby Kaiwu, Shorty XOXO, T, Lovey Star, Roll Rich ENT, Queen of Three, Egon Breezeblock, Nene Faye, Sugar Bear, Lucy, Fats TV, Bree, Top Monster Gaming, Sheila B, Miss Eve, 27 Durin, Thad Tias, It Is What It Is, J Dub, Katana, Dana Maria, D Grant, Alif CJ, Kobe Knowles, Distracting One, Gems Eye View, Long Live EA, Tesha Z's, Highly Favored, Uncle L, Relly Time TV, Sunrise 71, Steve A, Trace Spectives, Courtney Peach. You guys are appreciated. And shout out to the new subscribers and the people that are watching right now. We are getting to our first case in this show today. Uh, I hope you guys enjoy the show. Uh, I'm gonna be just like you guys, so I haven't watched. I try not to watch it because I want to be surprised, just like you guys. I don't want to already know the results. So these particular cases that I do for the live stream, I don't watch them on purpose. I don't watch them just so that um, we can we can all see it together and have the same and have a genuine reaction together. So I'm going to. What I do is I get the timestamps of when the cases start. I get the timestamps of when the cases start, and makes it easy. You got a gifted membership. Yes, you did. Well, I really appreciate any one of you guys that interact, because this interaction is what fuels this live stream. The interaction. Um, so we are welcome to the Wabbit Crime Network. If you want to support this page, you can support this page through Super Chat. You can support this page by getting a membership. You can send a donation through PayPal or at Cash App, Wabbit Crime Network on both platforms. Nightbot is also putting links in the chat. So you can just click the link and directly donate. Now, we are on to our first case. No, we just started. We just started. The live has just started. You know, it's a live stream, so it's do a lot more interaction. Now, on to our first case. The link to the Louisiana Parole Board is in the description. You will hear the name and the docket number of any of these inmates, and if you would like, you can do some further research into any of these cases or people. The information is provided in the video, and the link is in the description. So without any further ado, I will start the hearing, and then I will be back when it's time to vote.
We are rocking out, you all.
Shout out to highly favored. I gotta turn that off though. Gotta turn the sound off. One second. Give me 1 second. Let me get this thing together. Bird box.
This is a test.
All right. All right, we're good to go. We are good to go. And we're ready for our first case. So I will be in the chat until it's time to vote. I will come back when the judges are ready to vote. I'll pause it right before the judges vote so that I can put the poll in the chat so that the audience can vote on will the judges grant parole in this case. And let's go.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. This is the case for Jerel Freeman, DOC number 725171. We have two participants here. We have Miss Elizabeth Harvey. She's the attorney for this case. And we also have David Tompkins. He's the pastor, and he'll be speaking on behalf of Jerel.
All right, thank you. All right, introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
My name is Mr. Jerel Freeman. The DOC number is 725171.
All right, Mr. Freeman, I'm Brennan Kelsey. I also have Mr. Keith Jones and Mr. Tony Marabella here as members. We'll be conducting a revocation hearing. I'll read some information into the record, ask you some questions. You can respond by pleading guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty with a statement. We'll ask you some questions. Again, you'll respond at the end. You can make a statement, and we'll take a vote at the appropriate time. Obviously, counsel can speak, and I think you have a pastor that wants to make a statement. So you understand the process?
Yeah.
Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay. Jerel Freeman, DOC number 725171. Now, can you read and write as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. How do you plead to rule number 4? Subject was arrested by New Orleans Police Department on 11/26/2019 and charged with domestic abuse battery involving strangulation, domestic abuse battery, domestic abuse child endangerment law, simple criminal damage to property, and a parole warrant for absconding supervision. The charges were accepted under Orleans docket number 547-776H. On 3/4/2020, the subject pled guilty to misdemeanors and was sentenced to 6 months parish prison, suspended, and was placed on 1 year inactive probation. How do you plead?
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Kelsey, if I may just add, in May, the judge also did change the sentence to give Mr. Freeman credit for time served in hopes of getting him out of the jail sooner.
In May, all right. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Marabella, would you answer Mr. Marabella's questions?
I can't hear him. He's muted.
Mr. Bailey, my name is Tony Marabella. How are you today?
I'm Mr. Freeman.
I'm
Freeman.
sorry, Mr. Freeman. Okay, Mr. Jerel Freeman. I'm looking at the name I had on the other file. Mr. Freeman, what are the underlying charges for which you are on parole?
I was on parole for convicted felon of a firearm.
And what were your previous crimes? Acts of violence?
Yeah, I was charged with a domestic abuse battery charge.
Okay, so part of your sentence that you're on parole for involved a domestic abuse battery charge.
He said,
I see your lawyer shaking her head no. What are your underlying?
It's the felon in possession of a weapon.
I can't hear him either.
My question is, what
I'd like
is
to
the
make a motion
felon?
for executive session. Mr. Marabella,
Yes.
if I may, can I make a motion for executive session?
Got a
Yes.
motion for executive session. Second, Mr. Marabella?
Yes, a second.
Okay, roll call, please.
I vote yes.
Yes.
I vote yes.
Yes. All right, we'll go to executive session and come back.
Okay.
We'll be back.
Mr. Marabella?
Yes.
Hold up. We're not in executive session yet.
Okay.
We need to get us to the executive session.
Mr. Kelsey, are we going into executive session or not?
Yes, we are, but I'm waiting.
Okay, can I do roll call, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Marabella,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Kelsey.
Yes.
All right, I will
Okay.
text you. Okay, no problem. It's gonna be a little.
Mr. Tompkins.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So, oh shoot. Uh, all right. So this is real strange to me. They already going into executive session. I'm like, they didn't even do a real interview yet. What? Why are they going into executive session already? For me, watching these cases, I've seen them go into executive session right before they vote. They be like, "Are you ready to vote?" And they be like, I want to go to executive session." But they just started talking to this guy in the first couple minutes, and they want to go to executive session. So I'm like, this is odd. I find this to be odd. I'm like, well, what's going on here? So this might be interesting. This might be interesting trying to figure out exactly why did they decide to have an executive session so early. They didn't even ask him much questions. So we're going to get to that. We are going to get to that. All right, and we're back. Continuing from the executive session, the judges went to have a meeting, and now they're back.
All right, I think we're back in session. Can everybody hear us, see us?
Yep.
Okay.
Right. Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Freeman, I'm going to ask this last question. You actually pled guilty to the charges of domestic abuse matter?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all the questions I have.
Mr. Jones?
Keith, can you hear us? You're kind of frozen up.
He's on mute.
All right, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, he's frozen. Connection's frozen.
Looks frozen to me. All right. Francis, do we just wait for technology to improve? What do we do? Let's see, maybe he's rebooting.
No.
All right, Mr. Jones, are you back?
He's on mute.
Apologize. We're trying to get technology going. We will hopefully have it resolved shortly.
I'm gonna bring Mr. Jones on board via the phone for the vote on this one. Okay.
Yes, sir. We're going to allow the council to speak and the pastor to speak. Is Jones on there?
He's speaking on.
Keith, we see you, but you're still on mute.
Yep. Okay. I was frozen. My screen
Okay.
frozen. I had to get out and come back in. Sorry.
All right, Mr. Jones.
Counselor, your client pled guilty to domestic abuse and by strangulation, and that is a revocable offense. Tell me why we shouldn't revoke it.
If I just may make a small clarification, he did not plead to the strangulation. He pled to just the simple domestic battery, the misdemeanor offense. He actually pled to 3 counts also, which doesn't even match up with the original allegations. So, and if I may, at this time, I'm going to, if I could give a statement and kind of explain some of why he took that.
Yes,
ma'am. My work, I experience a heavy dose of disrespect and hostility most days. I'm sure y'all do too. And sometimes it's from the ADAs, sometimes it's from the judges, sometimes it's from my very frustrated clients. And I've never experienced that from Jerel. Since I met Jerel 7 months ago, he's always been respectful, treated me with dignity. Even when I visited him when he was very weak with COVID in the jail, he had been suffering major body pain, severe headaches. He lost his sense of taste and smell. And when I finally got to see him and he was in process of recovering, he didn't complain. He asked about how I was doing, how my son was doing. Only because I kept asking did he tell me that his clothes hadn't been washed in weeks, that the showers were filthy, that the hand sanitizer was in short supply. What Jerel does talk about is his children. He talks about his studies with Brother Tompkins. He talks about what kind of work he's going to be doing when he's released. He doesn't talk about his difficult life growing up here in New Orleans, or that he wasn't formally educated after 7th grade, or about the devastation of Katrina when he was 16. He talks about wanting to be there for his children. In very early of December last year, Miss Shawanda Artis, who is the complainant in this matter, called me. She found my number. She told me that she didn't want Jerel in jail. She didn't want these charges, that things weren't exactly as what she had told the police, and that she had just been mad at that time and very much regretted all of this. I told her at that point, if that really was true, she needed to be in communication with the district attorney's office. And so she tried, and they ignored her. They told her it didn't matter what she was saying now, that they could use the report that she had already given against Jerel. Ms. Artis kept calling me. She insisted we set up an appointment so that she could give a statement about what happened and what didn't happen. And we did that. That information went to the district attorney's office. Ms. Artis kept showing up to court. She told the judge on the record, with the DAs there, that she didn't think this should be prosecuted, and again, that Jerel shouldn't be in jail. However, the ADAs used the fact that Ms. Shawanda Artis kept showing up to court against both of them. On the day of our trial, the senior ADA in our section came up to me and he said, if Jerel does not take 3 domestic abuse batteries today, we are going to charge Ms. Artis with perjury, and we're going to put her on the stand and tear her apart. Would he have? I don't know. But as defense counsel, I did my duty and I told Mr. Freeman what the ADA had said. I could see on Jerel's face, I could see the sucker punch that I had just given him. And he didn't do what I would have done and stood up and yelled expletives and everything else at the ADAs for doing what they were doing. He said, I'll do whatever they want me to do. I don't want to have Miss Artis go through any more. He says, I don't want her, she doesn't have any kind of convictions. I don't want her to go through this process. And I know this is a terrible process. So he just asked that I would reach out to his PO, Agent Molyneux, which I did before he took the pleas, and explain what was going on. He wanted me to tell the agent why Jerel was giving up what would have been a more just outcome. Miss Artis sent another letter before Jerel's last preliminary hearing, which I passed on to the agents then, and she asked if I would repeat today. It's short. Mrs. April from Mr. Wanda Artis. I would like to express that I did not press any charges against Mr. Jerel Freeman, nor did I want him to receive any jail time, nor do I feel endangered or threatened by Mr. Freeman in any way, shape, form, or fashion, which I stated for the record in court in front of the district attorney and also the Honorable Judge Camille Buras, as well as Mr. Freeman's lawyer, Miss Elizabeth Harvey. This was all put on record by the court stenographer. It is my prayer that my wishes are taken into deep consideration to be valued and not overlooked by the parole officers involved, as well as the parole board and or anyone else who has authority to decide Mr. Freeman's fate. I sincerely plead that Mr. Freeman be considered for release. He has contracted the coronavirus while being detained in Orleans Parish Jail. It is not my wish to see him further undergo incarceration, let alone be subjected to endure recovery of COVID-19 in prison where he may or may not receive what he needs to properly recover. There is no certainty that after his recovery, he may not continuously be at risk to catch it again or be so blessed to recover at all. Also, his mother, Miss Regina Freeman, has recently put her own husband to rest, and I don't want her son to perish as well for my namesake. Sincerely, Miss Shawanda Artis.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go to Mr. Tompkins. You'd like to make a statement?
Yes, sir. I appreciate the opportunity here. My name is David Tompkins, and I'm a volunteer in New Orleans Parish Prison. I've actually been working with prisoners for over 40 years, and I'm a recovered drug addict. I've been clean for 43 years without a relapse. And so what we do is we go into the prison, me and a partner of mine, and we study the Bible with people. We mentor them. We get these groups together in prison, and we isolate the ones that we feel have potential and really want to change their lives. I've been knowing Jerel for almost 2 years. And one thing that I've seen about Jerel is he's very interested in applying what he's learned. We went into real detail about how to control anger management, how to control his thought process, and how to think before he takes action. We've also studied a lot of things on relationships, how to handle relationships with women, what happens when situations start going wrong. And I've seen a tremendous change in Jerel over the last 2 years. I've actually seen it in action. You know, I can give you some examples of that, but I know you probably have other things to do. But I've actually seen Jerel in action apply these things when difficult situations arose in prison with other inmates. And he's actually given me advice on how to handle situations, which I took, that ended up working out for the benefit. There's another gentleman that goes into prison with me. His name's Michael Wagner. He's been doing it for 7 years. But this guy did 9 years in Angola. And when he got out in 1983, I mentored him and helped him start a janitorial business. He now owns Personal Touch Janitorial Service, which does almost $1 million a year worth of business around the city. He does all the Brennans, he does Whole Foods, and he employs a lot of people like Jerel that when they come out that are looking for employment. So we actually have employment waiting for him. I doubt he'll need it because that's never been one of his problems. But we have quite a few examples of people that we've really helped over the years. And I want you to know that Jerel, in the last 7 years that I've been going to New Orleans Parish Prison, Jerel is only the second person that I've ever really gone to bat for. I went and talked to Mr. Canizaro one other time about one other inmate. So I don't generally go out on a limb with people. We're actually encouraged not to get involved in this aspect of it. But I've become friends with Jerel's mother over the last 2 years as well. My wife and I have both become friends with his fiance, Shawanda. And I really do think that Jerel, he's agreed when he gets out to continue his studies, continue his mentorship. And if anybody deserves a chance, I really believe that it's Jerel. I feel strongly about it. And like I said, I don't go out on a limb for any of these guys, Harley, but I've seen the changes in action with Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Mr. Jerel, would you like to make a statement on your, Mr. Freeman, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
No, sir, that won't be it.
All right, thank you. No statement. Is the panel prepared to vote?
Yeah.
All right. It's that time, y'all. Is the audience ready to vote? Well, let's get ready. Let's get ready. I'm starting the timer and the poll is in the chat. We got 3 minutes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? This is an interesting one. This is an interesting one in my opinion because I'm leaning towards they're gonna grant him parole. However, pleading guilty to a violent crime while out on parole is automatic revocation. Automatic. You know what I mean? So you're gonna have to have a good persuasion game to make them overturn an automatic ruling. So hopefully the statement that the lawyer read and the statement from the support is enough to make the judges override the automatic, which I highly doubt. And yes, it does say that she lied on him. However, he pled guilty to it. You know, once you plead guilty to it, you can't undo it. That's why they ask you over and over, were you forced? Were you coerced? Did anyone make any deal with you to take this plea? And you be like, no. And you sign it under your own recognizance. You know what you're doing. So you don't go later on and say, I only took the plea because that don't look good. Even though that's plausible, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. And guilty with an explanation is no good. You see, I've come to realize that if you're in these situations, you need to let the judges decide whether or not you're guilty. And most people don't want to let the courts decide whether or not they're guilty, so they take a plea. And that's because they don't trust the court system. And that's insulting to the courts. Imagine being a judge and you think that you're fair and impartial because that's how you're supposed to be, but all the people that come before you say that they don't want to go to trial because they don't think they will be given a fair shot. That's saying that the judicial system is unfair. And it's insulting to the judges and the people of the court. So they don't really accept that excuse from people because it's not really a good excuse. It means you don't trust the court system. And that is insulting to the court. And we are at our 3-minute mark. I'm going to end the poll. And the poll is ended. We got 21 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? Overwhelmingly, 95% of the people said yes and 4% said no. So most likely one person said no. So let's see where we are with this. Judges, let's go.
Mr. Marabella Jones.
Mr. Freeman, you pled guilty to domestic abuse battery. While granted it's a misdemeanor, and I appreciate your counsel's discussion with us about the victim in this case. My experience tells me that that's not unusual for victims to come in after the fact and change their mind and want to help their spouse or husbands out. You were on probation. You were on parole. You committed a crime, you pled guilty to that crime, and I vote to revoke you.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones.
I'm here.
Okay.
Well, yours is a very different case, Mr. Freeman, because of the issues that your attorney has raised, and I understand her frustration. I've been in similar situations in my career, and it is, although not quite the circumstances with the assistant district attorney, I'll say that, not those circumstances, but my vote is going to be to not revoke your parole.
All right, yeah, two vote, one vote to do not revoke, the other vote to revoke. I'm gonna, again, we're here for the rule violation. You pled guilty. I'm gonna have to agree with Mr. Marabella, and I'm gonna vote to revoke today due to your new charges. So you have two votes to revoke, one to not revoke. Your parole's been revoked. Thank you.
Wow. That
See it, Jerel.
was interesting.
Thank you.
That was interesting.
Mr. Tompkins.
Yeah, y'all. That was interesting. That was interesting. Now, I've been watching these cases, man, and it's real hard to get them to overturn when you pled guilty to something violent while out on parole. That, man, listen, it's not to say that it doesn't happen, but it's real hard. It's real hard to get that overturned, you know? So I've come to learn that from watching these cases, that you don't want to admit to no violent crime. And if you're not guilty, if you feel you're not guilty, take it to trial, man. If you believe you're not guilty, you might want to take that to trial, because to plead guilty and then try to claim your innocence after, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. So we are on to our next case. As you guys know, if you want to support the channel, you can hit me with a super chat. You can join a membership. You can donate at PayPal or Cash App at Wabbit Crime Network. Also, Nightbot puts direct links in the chat. Now, we are on our next case. We had a parole board hearing. The inmate is having an interview with the judges to see if he will be granted or denied parole. The judges will interview him and then vote on whether or not they will grant or deny parole. Before the judges make their vote, I will pause the video and give the audience 3 minutes to vote on a poll on whether or not they think the judges will grant or deny parole for this case. After the 3 minutes is over, I will end the poll, read the audience results, and then play the judges' results to see if the audience and the judges were in line. Our last case was pretty interesting. Wasn't unanimous. So as we can see, these things can go either way. Sometimes it's cut and dry, but sometimes it can go either way. So I will be in the chat with everyone congregating with the people until it's time for the judges to vote, and then I will be back. So we are on to our next case.
Support, please introduce yourself.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Charles Newton.
No.
All right. Let's see, we have Warden Hoop. All right. Now we're ready for our first case. Please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Charles Newton, 729-652.
All right. Charles Newton, DOC number 729-652. We're here for a rescind hearing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were currently granted parole to long-term drug treatment plan, also thinking for a change with stipulations. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And have you completed all those requirements?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Would you answer Mr. Jones's questions?
Since you've done that, have you got any write-ups?
No, zero.
Warden Hooper,
Yes, sir.
good morning. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Fine, fine. You have anything to tell us?
He has no write-ups.
All right.
He's
That's
accomplished what
all the questions I have.
All right, Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Newton, my name is Tony Marabella. How are you today?
Doing all right.
Mr. Newton, I note in your record, you sent a letter to the parole board, looks like in October, sometimes after your parole hearing. And you indicated that you had done 2 months in living in balance, but you were diagnosed with a medical condition and you weren't able to finish. Have you completed that course since then?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and you've also finished the Thinking for a Change as well, is that my understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
All right, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
It just took me a little bit of time because Bossier could not clear me medically to be there after being in class for shy of 2 months. So they finally moved me here to a medical facility to properly do things.
All right. And Warren Hooper, you have any other input you want to have? Anything else you want to say?
No, sir. Everything's good.
Yes, sir. All right. Is the panel prepared to vote?
All right. So this one, they said it's a rescind hearing. I guess they must have had an interview already. So we're just gonna watch the results on this one and then get to the next one.
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Well, Mr. Newton, we already had the parole board look at your case carefully and interview you at length. Shouldn't again. My vote would be to parole you with a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I want you to go to 3 AANA meetings a week. Now, with COVID-19, we're not having regular AA meetings, but you can attend. There's a zillion meetings on this format, the same Zoom format we're using right now. And all you have to have is a telephone. You don't have to have a computer or an iPad or anything like that. A telephone's enough. If it's a smartphone, like 95% of them are. So that is my vote. Good luck.
Mr. Marabella?
I wasn't able to hear all of Mr. Jones's reasons for granting, but I grant as well, primarily for, I think, the same reasons. He was starting to talk about what I did hear him say, that he had been, Mr. Newton had been reviewed very thoroughly by the parole board the last time and was granted parole with certain stipulations. He's done those things. The only addition I would add, and I don't know, maybe Mr. Jones did add this, I would ask that he would meet weekly with his parole officer for the first 90 days.
Okay, you have 2 votes to grant. I think it's to do not rescind. I think it's a rescind, so we're voting not to rescind.
Right.
If I'm proper on the record, but I won't rescind as well. Since you've completed everything you've been asked to do, I will not rescind. And again, your stipulations will be as stated. Curfew 9 p to 6 a. You'll need to go to NAAA 3 times a week. Follow up with any other recommendations the substance abuse program has for you. You'll also have a mental health evaluation and follow up on the outside there. And you will meet with your parole officer at least once a week for the first 90 days. Do you understand the stipulations?
Yes, I do.
All right, you have 3 votes that not to rescind to grant to the stipulations. It's been granted. Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
All right, I think that's all we got, Warden Hooper. We just got one with you, so we closing out at 9:30.
All right. So that's how that one went. I guess they had the parole hearing earlier, as we know. And I want to make an announcement. Please join the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. Starting tomorrow, we are going to be having live stream trials of the YSL trial for members only. If you are a member on this channel, you can join the Discord, and there's rooms where we will be streaming live trials, actual trials live, multiple trials. Tomorrow is going to be the YSL one. If there's any other trials going on at the same time, we will be streaming them in the Discord. And it's free to join the Discord. You don't need to be a member to join the Discord, but to get access to those specific rooms that are showing those trials, you will have to be a member on this channel. And if you check the Discord, we have instructions on how to link your YouTube account to the Discord so that it automatically knows that you're a member, and it will automatically give you access to those rooms. So if you don't know how to link your YouTube page to the Discord, please check out the Wabbit Crime Network Discord, and there's a post in the general chat where you can learn how to link your Discord account with your YouTube account. Very simple, very easy, and you will automatically get access to those channels, those rooms in the Discord where we are live streaming actual trials in real time. So be on the lookout for that. We are on to our next case. Let's get to it. So this one, the one we just saw was a rescind. Don't know what that is. So I'm learning these terms as well as you guys. So we're all learning this stuff together. We are learning these things together. We are on to our next case. Now, as you know, if you want to support this page, you can send a super chat. You can join a membership. You can send a donation through PayPal or Cash App at Wabbit Crime Network. Also, Nightbot is putting the direct link in the chat for the donations. We are at a parole board hearing. Inmates are up for parole. They'll get interviewed by the parole board. Then the judges will vote on whether or not they will grant parole in this case. Before the judges vote, I will pause the video, and then I will put a poll in the chat for 3 minutes where the audience will vote whether or not they think the judges will grant parole. After the 3 minutes is up, I will end the poll, read the results, and then play the judges' results to see if the audience was in line with the judges. So until then, I will be in the chat congregating and fellowship with the rest of the people, and I will be back when the judges are ready to vote.
Thursday, June 18th, 9:53 a.m. My name is Brennan Kelsey. I'll be chair. Also members along are Mr. Tony Marabella, Mr. Keith Jones. The panel is currently conducting parole hearings today by Zoom technology in response to the governor's proclamation relative to COVID-19 and public hearings. We chose this platform so that it allows for observation and input by members of the public. Staff and supporters seated at DOC headquarters. Would staff and support please introduce yourself?
Teresa Dorn,
Leah Roden,
Christy Kraft,
Gail Guerin,
Francis Abbott.
Okay, our remote location is Louisiana State Penitentiary. Would staff and support please introduce yourself there?
Good morning. I'm Darrell Renaud. I'm the warden.
Stephanie Lamortner, Deputy Warden.
Reginal Admiral, classification.
Jane Baywell, Offender Record.
Calling the classification.
John Rabelais, IT.
Okay, would Teresa go ahead and make the introductions?
Hey, Mr. Kelsey, it's Leah. I'm gonna do this one for her. This is the case for Derek Jones, DOC number 126920. We have a number of people participating this morning. On the opposition side, we have the Orleans ADA, Scott Vincent, who will be participating from his office. We also have several people here in support this morning. In support, we have Miss Emily Posner, who is the attorney for the offender. We have the wife of the offender, Clara Zanders. She would like to speak on his behalf this morning. We have Charlie English, who is will be his employer. And we have Norris Henderson from the First 72 here this morning. And that's all the participants. Thank you.
Okay. We'd also like to welcome everybody that's out there watching on YouTube. We are being streamed live on YouTube. All right, we're ready for our first case. Please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
My name is Derek Jones, aka Joe Zanders, 126920.
1 second, Mr. Jones. All right. Derek Jones, DOC number 126920, aka Joe Willie Zanders. You are a first-class offender, aggravated rape, armed robbery, sentencing date August 24th, 1989, sentenced to life, parole date August 1st, 2017, not eligible for good time, full-term life. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Is this Mr. Marabella's up first?
Good morning, Mr. Jones. My name is Tony Marabella. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm a board member.
Mr. Jones, I've read your file. I've read all of the filings that your attorney has submitted and all the letters that you've submitted. I've got a few questions that I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to tell me a little bit about the programs that you've completed while you've been in prison.
Before I answer your question, honorable board member, I would like to first apologize to the victim of my crime that I committed 31 and a half years ago. I'm sorry for what I did, and I hope somehow they could forgive me. Now, to answer your question, I've taken up Walden Burr came when he was here in Walden Bernard here. They made it possible for us, if we want to rehabilitate ourselves, to take numerous programs. I took victim awareness, I took anger management, I took numerous of substance abuse cases, because when I first came to Angola, I had a drug problem, I had a behavior issue. So I try to do everything I can. It was hard for me to adjust when I first came here, being so young and how the penitentiary was at the time. So as I got older, more inmates that had been here long before me, seeing that I needed help. I couldn't read and write when I first came here.
Yeah. Mr. Jones, let me slow you down. I know you're nervous,
Yes,
and I know you got a lot you want to say to us, and we want to hear it, okay? So I'm going to ask you a couple of specific questions about some of your programs. You indicated to me that you had a drug problem when you came in. Tell me a little bit about the drug treatment you've had and how you've been able to deal with your drug problem, and how we can feel comfortable if we grant you parole today that you're going to not go back to using drugs. So tell me a little bit about that.
Right, my first program dealing with drugs was substance abuse at Camp C. I think this was like in 2003. They helped try to teach you how to contain your addiction and how to battle it. My second was chemical dependency in 2005. It was a good program, and they teach you also how to deal with your addictions. I took 2 more living within balance courses that deal with addictions. 1 and 2. I think that was, I'm not for certain, but I think it was in 2012 and 13.
Okay. Do you do any AA meetings?
Yeah. That's basically what the living in balance is, something dealing with that like that. Both of them.
Doing AA meetings now?
No, I'm doing them now. I took 4 courses. They don't let you take so much.
Yeah. let me ask you a little bit about your sex offender treatment. What sort of sex offender treatment have you had while you've been in prison?
I took risk management. It's like a 3-phase course. I took it in 2000. I want to say 8 and 7, and I took another one in 2012.
Okay. And it's my understanding that you've also taken some VOTEC
Yes.
programs or welding and some other things
Yes.
like that.
I have. I'm a certified Class A welder. I'm a certified concrete finisher, and I have two pesticide certifications.
You are a trustee, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell me how long you've been a trustee.
Well, I had trustee once before, which was a B class. I kept it for 10 years, and I ended up losing it. Then I got C class back. So I've been a trustee now, I want to say about 10 months now. Back, I had about 10 months now.
Your disciplinary write-ups, you haven't had a write-up in a couple of years, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, you had a number of them. You've been in jail for a long time. You've been in jail, what, 31 years?
Yes, 31 in about 3 months.
Okay. And you haven't had any write-ups in the last couple of years, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about your work history while you've been in prison.
Well, my last couple of jobs I worked at it's called I worked at main prison maintenance special projects where we used to build co-gyms and stuff. Before that, I worked at main prison maintenance spirit. Well, I was a welder and I was a concrete finisher and I did a little plumbing. And before that, I worked at main prison metal fabrication company where I was a Class A welder.
Mr. Jones, you started off by apologizing, and I read your letter of apology in your materials, and it's my understanding that the victim in this case died of a heart attack a number of years ago.
Yes.
If she were still here today, what would you want to say to her?
I would tell her I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the crime that I committed, and if I could change, I would do it in a heartbeat. And I hope that she would somehow forgive me.
Tell me, as a member of this parole board, how you've changed and why it is I should vote to release you early today.
Well, I think I've changed because when I first came here, as I iterated before, I couldn't read and write. And things was very difficult for me. However, since I've learned how to read and write, everything has opened up to me tremendously. I'm no longer that ignorant, childish kid that had a serious drug problem. I'm a man. I'm a grown man now. I'm a better person. I hated the person I was when I came to jail. I'm tremendously different now, and I've tried hard over the years to try to better myself so that I could be not just a better person, but a better human being. And that I try to equip myself with the tools that if I was to re-enter society, that I would have the tools to where I'd be able to succeed.
Tell me a little bit about your transition program. Where are you going to be living? Where are you going to be working? What are you going to be doing if we parole you?
It's called Giving Hope Retreat Discipleship. It's a program that I have to stay there for a year. The first 6 months, I can't have no job. After that, then after the first 6 months, then I'll be able to get a job. The reason I decided to go there because they agenda dealing with Christian help and back into society. And I'm a Christian. I gave my life to God after I had a quadruple bypass surgery. And I think I'm going to need this program to help me transition back in society because I've been in jail so long.
When did you have your triple bypass surgery?
October no, I'm gonna say May the 2nd last year.
Mr. Jones, thank you for answering my questions. Would you answer the questions of any of the other parole?
All right, Mr. Jones.
Yes, sir.
Keith Jones. Would you answer Mr. Keith Jones' questions, please?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Well, Keith Jones might have went away for a second. That's technology. Let's give him a second to get back. I'll ask you a question. Will you tell me, you know, look, you have been down for a long time and you obviously know the rules and regs. Why I see a 2018 DB for contraband. What was that?
That was a charger, a cell phone charger.
And I mean, you've been down long enough to know that that's not good. What's the deal on that?
I take full responsibility. It was a bad decision.
Well, like I said, that is a little concerning to me. You know, as long as you've been down and the rules that you said you're a changed man. I mean, that's you know, we trying to, you know, the disciplinaries are, you know, something we try to hang on to and look at, but we'll keep listening to your comments. Is Mr. Jones back? Keith Jones? No? Mr. Keith Jones is back, and would you answer his questions, please? All right, Mr. Keith Jones.
You're muted, Mr. Jones.
Your AKA is Joe Zanders.
Yes, sir.
Jones is not good enough for you?
Huh?
I said Jones is not good enough for you?
You can
That's
call
a
me
joke.
John.
That's my name, too.
All right.
Don't worry. How old were you when you committed this crime?
I just turned 17.
And had you dropped out of school? I assume so if you couldn't read and write.
Yeah, I was in the 9th grade, but I was in special education classes.
Okay. Beyond learning to read and write, have you worked on your GED? Are you able to do that?
Yeah, that's the first one of the first things. Once I learned how to read and write, I worked toward getting my GED, and I accomplished that, I think it was 1997.
Good for you. Good for you. When they had you back in special education, you applied yourself and got the job done straight up. That's something to be proud of.
Thank you.
Warden Vanoy. Warden, you there?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm here now. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. What can you tell us about Mr. Jones?
Well, he went through a lot of the things that he's done. He's also had his 100 hours of pre-release. He's had thinking for a change. Disciplinary wise, cell phones is about as big as disciplinary problem that we've had out of him in the, you know, last 3 or 4 years. I don't think he's had a write-up in, hold on one second. His last write-up was in April of 18. So, you know, I've known him I've known him through the years. He is a Class C trustee again. He lost his B class because of that cell phone, but he's earned that back. The last couple of years, we've had no problems out of him. He's applied himself since he's been here. He's taken a lot of our self-help programs.
All right, thank you, Warden.
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, we'll, I know we do have visitors here. We're going to try to keep, we'll let the supporters speak first on its behalf. We're going to try to keep it a block time to about 10 minutes. And we're going to try to stay that time with so many folks. So we will first hear from, I guess, is Mr. Norris Henderson. Does he want to speak first? Nope, he's not there. All right.
We don't see him.
No, that's right. Council, you have, would you like to speak or maybe close out at the end?
Ms. Ponder?
Hello. I would like to close out at the end. I do see Norris's screen is there, and we have Mr. English and Ms. Zanders. Mr. Joe's employer and wife would like to speak.
Okay. Well, we'll talk to Mr. English first. Mr. English.
Okay, how you doing?
Good.
All right, first I would like to acknowledge the head of my life, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Second, I want to thank the parole board for giving me the opportunity, along with my family, to speak on behalf of Mr. Derek Jones, which is a family member. And third, I would like to pretty much tell you a little bit about myself and who I am. I'm Charlie English. I'm a disabled veteran of the United States Army. I fought for the greatest country in the world, which is the United States of America.
Thank you for your support.
I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Second of all, I'm the CEO and owner of Capital Gain Investments, which is a construction/real estate firm. What we do is we rehab properties and we provide commercial concrete services throughout the New Orleans metro area. Okay, over the last 30 plus years, I'm a family member, of course, of Mr. Jones, but I've watched him transition personally from a boy to a man, the man that he is today. And I'm proud to say that I can arguably say that he's an awesome man through transition. I can't speak on what he was when he was a boy, but as a man, I can definitely testify that he's an avid lover of Christ. Over the last 30 plus years, we've prayed together, we've cried together, we've discussed the losses of other family members. And believe it or not, Mr. Jones is the main reason why I started with a foundation that I had, the Aaron 5 Foundation, which is a brotherhood. Aaron, who was the brother in the Bible of Moses. So Aaron stands for the brother of Moses. Aaron was there to help Moses throughout his trial and tribulation. So the foundation was founded because of the relationship that me and Mr. Jones have developed and we've maintained over the past 30 years. If Mr. Jones is granted the opportunity to be a free man again, I want to let you guys know that I vowed, first of all, I vowed to Christ, the head of my life, that I would stand with Mr. Jones, not only in employment, but throughout re-entry. Okay, my office is located in Metairie. If Mr. Jones is released, after he finishes 6-month commission to the program that the state will most likely grant him. If you guys release him, he's going to be eligible for employment with me as the role of assistant project manager. He would be over the concrete division as an assistant. Mr. Jones has strenuous experience with concrete pouring, and we're excited, hoping that he can be released to society. And we're going to work with him with our program, the Aaron 5 program, not only to provide him employment through the company, the construction company, but to actually hold his hand as a brother, because there's going to be some hard days potentially ahead. Every day won't be peaches and cream. Me and Mr. Jones have talked about this over the last several years, that I would like to be there for him, to be held accountable with him for a lot of his actions. Mr. Jones and I have exchanged essays, we've exchanged literature, we've read books, and I let him know that, hey, I'm here to help you to prepare for what's out here. The world is a different place than it was 30 years ago. Okay, and it's not being able to be a conductive citizen in this world. It's not a job for a lone ranger. So Mr. Jones is aware that this won't be a walk. This is not a walk that he can take alone by himself. It's going to take an entire village. So behind me, I have my family here, a lot of my family members that are praying, and we're hoping and we're ready to receive Mr. Jones. If you guys grant him the opportunity to be free, we're here to receive him, and we're here to stand with him and stand for him and watch him pretty much go forward.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, we'll go to Ms. Sanders. Excuse me?
Mr. Cousy, I'm sorry. Mr. Vincent is trying to communicate something to somebody.
He don't have he's on mute. I don't know.
All right. Well,
what do you have,
I can't
Mr.
read it,
Vincent?
Mr. Vincent, sorry.
Said the audio's out.
Mr. Kelsey,
Okay.
we are trying to contact Orleans ADA just to.
Speaking to them right now.
We're speaking with them, so.
Okay, they're speaking with y'all's office right now. All right, we'll go to Ms. Zanders again. Keep it, go ahead and give your comments. Keep it brief. Ms. Zanders. Got to turn. I can't. Okay, we can't hear her.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to show all the support that we have this morning for my husband, family, and friends and loved ones. We've all come together to show our support. I just want to say thank you to the board for taking your time out this morning to hear the hearing from my husband. It's not coming. Can you hear my voice?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you. All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Norris Henderson.
Hello?
No, you weren't. Hold up.
Unmute your microphone, Norris.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelston, and welcome, Mr. Marabelli. You know, you're one of the guys I followed while I was MA counsel, so glad to see you. And good morning. I'm here to really give who Mr. Jones is while he was inside. We talked about him showing up in an environment at a very young age. And when he talked about the elder guys who he looked to kind of like get direction, I was one of those guys. And I kind of like taught him how to harness all of that energy and pent up anger that he had in him. And I coached a lot of sports. I coached football, softball, and basketball. But one thing I learned was that he was a very good football player. And he was a linebacker. So we affectionately called him Linebacker Joe because he earned a reputation on the football field. But what he also did was it kind of like taught him discipline. It kind of like taught him the discipline that he needed. And I heard Mr. English talking about he can't walk alone. And that's why I used to preach to him all the time. Football is played by 11 people, not 1 in 10. And he learned to be a team player. And I'm here this morning to kind of like let the board know that we will do everything humanly possible to support him in his transition if this board grants him a release. I sent the letter because I wasn't certain if I was going to be able to attend today, but I, was able to kind of like break away for a few minutes to kind of like put my face in a place. And so I'm just excited that one, that he has this hearing, and the fact that to have watched him grow from a 17-year-old kid who showed up in a prison to the young man that he actually is. And so all of them know, everybody knows that if you're not doing the right thing, I'm not going to show up for you. So that's where I'm at today. I'm here to support him in every which way I can.
All right, thank you. All right, do we have any audio for the DA's office currently? No, maybe.
Apparently not.
Can you hear us, Mr. Vincent? No, you can hear us, but we can't hear you. So is there a mute button there?
How about now?
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Kelsey.
Thank you.
Praise the Lord.
Please introduce yourself and give us your comments, Mr. Vincent.
Okay, good morning, members of the board. Before I start, I'd like to introduce to the board and others participating in this conference 2 assistant district attorneys I have that are working on these parole hearings, and that would be Alyssa Alleman and Adele Krieger. They're here with me today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Members of the board, on behalf of the district attorney's office, we apologize for not being totally on board today. We were prepared for a different Derek Jones with a date of birth 5 days apart from this Mr. Derek Jones and similar crimes. And we, by the way, Mr. Jones, we like the surname Jones. We think it's a great surname. I would never change it. I mean, Brian Jones was in the Rolling Stones. I mean, Jones is just a great name. I'm a little concerned. We would have liked to have had, well, we would like to have had the victim here, but she died of a heart attack. We'd like to have had her family members or, family here to participate. I just got the PPI. With that said, I think on behalf of the district attorney's office, we have a fiduciary duty to look out for victims and their families. And given the horrific crime that was committed here, the district attorney would object to the request in this case.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to make a statement on behalf? Council says she'll wrap up after you finish.
Kelsey,
Yes.
Miss Clara Williams Zanders has asked to speak. I'm not sure if there was some confusion. She wasn't able to hear, but she's texting, trying to find out if she's going to be able to speak.
Okay, well, we
Said
heard
she didn't finish.
must have caught on. Okay, that's fine. Miss Sanders, you finish your comment. We thought you had finished. Apologize.
That's okay. Again, I say thank you and good morning. I just want to speak on behalf of my husband to actually say the improvement and the growth that I've seen through the years of me knowing him, and he explaining what he had gone through, starting from childhood, from the abuse that he had dealt with, and not only dealing with the drugs, but also how he's telling me about he had deep sorrow from Miss Barbara, who is deceased at the time. Also, I want to say how much I admire him for showing me his strength and his growth through doing certification and classes on his own, making sure that he's going above and beyond to make sure that anything he may need to help him get started or to move forward in life, he has pre-prepared himself. And I am very proud of him for doing so. Also, I want to say that he has 150% of support should your decision be for him to be released today. Not just from me and family, but from friends, the community, the church, the pastors, my father, my siblings, and their loved ones as well, who have actually told me they've stepped up to the plate, that they're willing to support him in any way possible. Also, not just him coming in for his transition, that will be very difficult once he leaves from being incarcerated 31 plus years. And also after him finishing the program that we have pre-selected, that's willing to help him through his transition at the mission here in New Orleans. Also, I want to say that his effort and his trauma through his childhood does not display the way he is right now. And I want to make sure that I let him know, and the board knows, that, to transition over 31 years is a great deal, but he has accomplished that goal. And I think that he has shown me and proved to me that he's more than ready to not only to be a man, but to be a husband and to carry out his duty as a free civilian here. So I just want to say thank you again for listening to me for this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comment. Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to make a statement on your behalf and then have council wrap up at the end briefly?
Yes, sir. Yes, I would.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Once again, I want to apologize to the victim for the crime that I committed. I'm not that person anymore. I asked the board to please have mercy on me and give me a chance. I love my wife dearly, and all I just want to get out and be the best person that I could possibly be. I just ask you to please have mercy on me and give me a chance at life.
All right, thank you. All right. Council, Ms. Posner.
Good morning.
Morning.
Clara, if you could just mute your screen, that would be great. It's muted now. So good morning. My name is Emily Posner. I'm retained counsel of Mr. Jones, and I've been working with him and his family for about 2 years. And I know he's very nervous today. He told me this morning he's been up since 1 a.m. So I have a few things that I know he missed that I just want to make sure that the parole board is aware of. One of the questions I heard from Judge Marabella was about Mr. Jones's drug problems. I want to make sure that you all are aware that he has been sober for the last 27 years. And I also want to talk a little bit about the root of those drug problems, which I heard his wife speak about, but there is a reason that Mr. Jones has been in prison since he was 17 years old and that he was a child. I mean, throughout his entire childhood, he was in and out of the system. He was at the Milne Boys Home. He also did time at the Youth Study Center. He experienced a tremendous amount of abuse and trauma beginning when he was just a small child. He's witnessed several murders when he was a child, several homicides. And his mother was a drug addict, and his father he's never met his father as a child. He met his father when he was incarcerated. So he had no guidance as a child. And he began using drugs at the age of 11. He was high when he committed this crime. Again, none of this is an excuse, but it is an explanation. And these types of explanations, the Supreme Court specifically talked about in their rulings in Graham, Miller, and Montgomery. And this is why people like Mr. Jones should be considered for parole, because he's a changed man. If you look at some of the things that I think about when I put a parole packet together of what do we know to make sure that a person who's been incarcerated since they were a child, how will we know that they will succeed? We look to see if they have housing, if they have employment, if they have a community, and if they have a spiritual practice. Mr. Jones has all of those. I'm not sure that it was clear what his housing situation is, but there is a letter in his parole packet from the Mission and Patrick Quigley. He will be housed at the Mission, which is a faith-based program here in New Orleans for the first year that he is released. His family has already paid over $700 to the Mission, who will assist him through the sex registration process that he will have to go through. So all of that is taken care of, and the Mission will help him go through that registration process. So then once he's made it through that program, he knows exactly what to do so that he will always be in compliance with the law. I spoke with Patrick Quigley on the phone, and he is eager, willing, and ready to take Mr. Jones should this parole board grant him parole. Judge Marabella, I also heard you ask about the sex offender programs that Mr. Jones has taken, and he did miss that he completed 2 steps of the cognitive behavior sex offender treatment program. So he did do those programs and he completed them. There was another question about how has Mr. Jones changed? And I think this also references some of the write-ups that we had heard. You know, there is a lot of literature out there about how children behave when they go to prison, and they have an extremely hard time. I think most of you all know this, and Mr. Jones is no exception to that rule. I have forgotten to introduce that I have Edward Johnson here and Bobby Wallace, also both former prisoners who have known Mr. Jones since he was 17 years old. Mr. Johnson in his letter said, I have experienced and firsthand seen Mr. Jones have some bumps in the road, but those bumps have smoothed out. He's had just 5 write-ups in the last 10 years, which is averaging about 1 per 2 years. And, you know, impressively, Mr. Jones, you know, this is part of the treating his drug problems, has addressed the trauma that he has experienced through many of these programs. I think sports helped with this, thinking for a change. Because if he doesn't deal with his past and heal from his past, he will have difficulties when he returns home. But I believe that Mr. Jones has done that. I also, I'm a little mad at you, Derek, for forgetting this, but one of the things that sticks out to him from many of my other clients is his deep relationship with his wife. You asked how he has changed. Mr. Jones, I don't think, knew what love was, had never been loved before he came to prison. And he has an astounding partner who is going to be by his side, who has done so much work in preparing for this process, and I think is an intimate part as to why he has changed to becoming the man that he is today. It may sound cheesy, but love is something that he has, and that is something that has changed in him. And I believe that that foundation will help him succeed. Mr. Jones is not the troubled teenager that he was when he first came to prison, and I think the record reflects that. I think the amount of programming that he did when he had no opportunity for release before parole was even a possibility for him, when the Supreme Court changed the way that juveniles sentencing occurred. And so I think his commitment to himself, the fact that he can read. I mean, he was labeled as a troubled, intellectually disabled child. And in fact, if he had just been given treatment for his trauma, he could probably be a lawyer with me. I mean, he's incredibly smart, incredibly savvy. He was labeled as a troublemaker, and no one ever took care of him as a child. And now, not only is he reading, I mean, look at his academic achievement is, I think, astounding. He has 3 trades, many people who are willing to employ him, many people who have his back, as demonstrated here at the parole board, but also in people were calling me left and right, trying to get these letters into his packet. So I would just encourage the board to look at his packet, realize that he has a housing, job, community. He has a strong faith base. And lastly, I think someone asked about his heart surgery. Mr. Jones also is a diabetic. So in times of COVID-19, I'm very concerned about him and hope that he has the opportunity to get parole so that he can properly socially distance himself and get the medical treatment that he needs. I think I've covered everything at this point, but I do remain open to answer any questions if the parole board should have them. Thank you. And I do hope that you decide to grant him parole today.
All right. Thank you. Is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
All right. This was an interesting one, very detailed. Not about the crime, but a lot was said. Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to vote? Let me get the timer ready. Timer is ready. And the poll is now in the chat. Timer has started. Do you think, will the judges grant parole in this case? This is your opportunity to vote. This man has been in jail for 31 years. He raped someone. He also the victim has died within the last couple of years. So she didn't die because of the crime. She died of natural causes. She had a heart attack, and that was a lot of years later. So so there is no victim opposition here because the victim is deceased. So I guess that might play in his favor. I've seen that society usually gives people with these type of charges or sex offender charges, sex offenses, they usually let them be. They let them get out. Sometimes they don't have to be in jail for 20, 30 years. Sometimes they get sentences that allow them to be out. So depending on how violent the crime is, then But he has a lot of support. He has a lot of support. I haven't heard no opposition. He's been in there 31 years. He's had quadruple bypass surgery. So he's not well. There's people that already has jobs lined up for him. The support alone is convincing to think that they would let him get out. And the fact that he spent so much years in jail, I think that they might let him get out. And of course, he would probably have to register, of course, for that type of crime. And he expresses remorse. So I think that they might let him, they might grant him that based on those things. Now, this is not how I feel. This is just me making my observation on how they make decisions based on certain criterias. And if I had to assume what direction the judges would go, I think that they would let him go. And got 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Time to end the poll. And the poll is ended. We got 24 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 83% of the people said yes. And 16% has said no. 16% has says no. So let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. Judges?
Yes. Yes. Mr. Jones, you came to prison as a 17-year-old. been in there for 31 years, as your record shows, and as your lawyer has pointed out, and all of the people who have spoken on your behalf, you have done a phenomenal job of rehabilitating yourself. You have taken some tremendous programs. You've done a lot of good things in the way of substance abuse, sex offender treatment. Your write-ups were probably a little more than most of us would like to see, but understandable. You haven't had any write-ups in the last few years. Warden has indicated most of them were about cell phones. They probably weren't anything like cell phones when you went to prison. I don't know. I'm sure, and I realize that is something that you shouldn't have. I understand and I appreciate the district attorney's position, even though they had the wrong case. I think that their position is that they would oppose any sort of parole here. Your transition program, I believe, is a very good one. You have high qualities and high marks from all prison personnel. Based upon all of those things, I am going to vote to grant your parole with the following conditions: that you enroll and complete the Giving Hope Retreat Discipline Program in New Orleans, which I understand to be approximately a one-year program. In addition to that, I'm going to require a substance abuse evaluation and treatment to follow up with the things that you've already done. You're likely to get that in that program, but I'm going to want that to continue. I would like you to go to at least 3 AA meetings per week for at least the first 6 months. I would want a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., with the only exceptions being work-related, supervision-related, faith-based related. I'd also certainly require that you register and notify as a sex offender under the law, and that you perform 4 hours of community service work per month. I think that you have a story to tell, and you could influence a lot of people out there right now who need help. So that would be my vote, and good luck to you.
All right, Mr. Keith Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jones, Mr. Marabella, who just cast his vote, is new to the board, but I could not have given reasons for my vote any better than he did. For the reasons Mr. Marabella gave, my vote is the same to grant your parole with those conditions.
All right, you have 2 votes to grant your parole today. I also am going to vote to grant your parole today because of the low Tiger score, good programs, positive warden comments, positive family support, your positive transition program. You'll be released with the stipulations as stated. Giving Hope Retreat Program for a year, substance abuse eval and treatment, 3 NAAA meetings per week, register as a sex offender as required, and you perform 4 hours of community service per month. Do you understand the stipulations?
Yes, sir.
Your parole's been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Donovan.
Good luck to you, Mr. Jones.
Wow. Now that was a interesting. That was actually very interesting to watch, and I'm going to release this case. I'm gonna premiere this case by itself as a premiere. That was actually very interesting to watch. Very interesting, and because of that, I'm gonna premiere this case by itself. So anybody who wants to, see this case by itself, I'm gonna put this out there. This was interesting. So he was granted parole after 31 years. You know, they did say he didn't know what a cell phone was when he went in because it didn't exist. So that right there gives you a sense of time of how long this man has been in jail. So we are on to our next case. I want to thank everybody for rocking out. Let's see. All right. Now, if you want to support this channel, you can join a membership. You can send a super chat. You can send a donation through PayPal or Cash App at Wabic Crime Network. Also, Nightbot is putting direct links in the chat for the donation links. We are watching a parole board hearing right now. The inmate is up for parole, and he's going to have a hearing in front of the parole board. They will interview and then vote on whether or not they will grant parole to the inmate. Right before the judges vote, I will put a poll in the chat that will allow the audience to vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant parole in this case. The poll will be in the chat for 3 minutes, and then I will end the poll, read the results, and then play the judges' results and see if the audience and the judges were in line. I will be in the chat until then. I'll be back right before the judges are ready to vote. So I'll see you guys in the chat.
Mr. Kelsey?
Yes, ma'am.
You ready? Hey, Mr. Kelsey. So today we have the case for Reginal Green. His DOC number is 345421. We have here in opposition the Orleans ADA. You know, let them back in the room.
They're already in the room.
They're already in the room. Okay.
Oh, no, they left the room.
Scott Vincent or either Alyssa Alman is going to be here for this case. We're trying to let them back into the hearing room right now.
Okay.
And also we have 3 people here in support. We have Mr. Lynn Vandenboss. He is a chaplain. We have Mr. John Esteem, who is a friend, and he will be speaking on his behalf this morning. And we have Crystal Broussard Randall, also a friend, and that is here to support him this morning. And that's it.
All right. Please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
My name is Reginal Green, number 345421.
All right, Reginald, my name is Brennan Kelsey. Also on the board is Mr. Tony Marabella, Keith Jones will be your panel today. We'll explain the process to you. We'll read some information to the record. We'll have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. At the appropriate time, we'll allow your guest to speak briefly, and we'll try to keep that curve around 10 minutes on both sides.
Okay, thank you.
You understand the process?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do.
Reginald Green, DOC number 345421. You are a second-class offender, forcible rape, attempted aggravated rape, simple escape, habitual offender, add penalties, sentencing date 6/1/1994, 2/3/1995, since 15 years DOC, life, 1 year, 3 months consecutive to ongoing sentence. Parole date 5/14/2019. You're not eligible for good time. Full term is life. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Would you answer Mr. Keith Jones' question, please?
Yes, sir.
We need to hear you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Green.
Good morning, Mr. Jones.
I want to start talking about 91 write-ups.
Yes, sir.
It's a lot.
Yes, sir.
What happened in 2014?
2014, sir. Still not prepared to take accountability for myself. Still not.
Well, the reason I asked that question is that was your last write-up in 2014.
If you don't mind, may I correct the record? My last write-up actually was January of 2018. For aggravated work offense and a defiance situation. I'll explain to you briefly. At the time, I was a tier walker at Camp D. There were buildings at Camp J that were at the time beginning to become dilapidated. I actually didn't think that the environment I was going in was conducive to what I was trying to gain here, and that was parole eligibility. Unfortunately, we had some offenders who were able to shimmy their doors, get out of the cells, and sometimes they attacked the people that were there. We were the tier walkers there, and what our jobs was to watch the offenders who were mental health patients. I expressed my concerns to one of the security officers. At that time, he wasn't ready to move me from that particular location, and I did the next thing that I thought was best to remove me from that situation so I wouldn't be in front of the board trying to explain why I had to write up 13 months out or 17 months out. And I sought mental health to place me under mental health watch to get me out of the position of watching the prisoners at Camp J. I didn't want to get in any type of physical confrontations, and I did what I thought was best at that time. So that was my last write-up, Mr. Jones.
So you pursued mental treatment.
I pursued the ability to have mental health remove me from the environment that I was in based on the fact that I'd already gone to security to ask them to remove me from it.
And it was mental health remove you from that position?
Yes, sir. They actually did. Yes, sir.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that there's a protocol that explains for any offender who has sought any type of a mental health recommendation or counseling from mental health department that they could not become tier walkers or stay or remain tier walkers to watch over other offenders themselves.
Okay. So what problem did you tell mental health you had?
I had just came from off a visit, and I told him that I was really concerned about being in an environment that would allow me to be or put myself in harm's way. I didn't want to do anything to any other offender, nor did I want any other offender to do anything to me. And I was looking forward to this particular day, coming in front of the parole board, having this opportunity.
Mr. Green, I get your motivation. I understand all that.
Okay.
And I understand your strategy.
Yes, sir.
But I'm curious about how you got mental health to accept you as a patient, which prevented you from being a tier walker there.
I think that more or less the expression of duress and not want to be in that position anymore and concern for my own safety was enough for the mental health department to make the determination to remove me from it.
Did you receive any counseling?
Yes, sir. There were follow-up counseling sessions thereafter. Yes, sir, there were, Mr. Jones.
Tell me what programs you've completed and which of them are most important to you.
I think that one of the most important programs that I've participated in possibly would be Thinking for a Change. The reason that I didn't say gaining my GED first is because I think that to turn the corner to become the individual that I needed to become, I needed to change my mindset. And that was something that I took to heart. And I wanted to be a better person. The educational aspects of everything that I've done so far as GED, semester of NOBTS, the different trades that I've taken, they are to help me in the future, but I had to get to the point of understanding who I needed to be to gain access to the future first. So I think Thinking for a Change was really dynamic for me. It was something that was monumental in my life, and it's something that helped me change my mindset.
When did you take Thinking for a Change?
If I am correct, I think that I took Thinking for a Change in either the end of 2017 or the beginning of 2018. I started it. I might be off a couple of months here or there.
When did you get your GED?
I received my GED approximately a year and a half after I was in Angola. I want to say sometime in either 96 or maybe 97.
Yeah, I misunderstood what you said. I thought you said Thinking for a Change caused you to have the ambition to get your GED, but you'd already done that.
Yes, sir. I'd already got my GED.
All right. I just misunderstood. Warden Vanoy,
Sir.
you there? What can you tell us about Mr. Green?
Well, you kind of went through everything, Mr. Jones. His last write-up was for defiance and a work offense, but he hadn't had anything since then. You kind of went through all of his program. I don't really have anything else I could add.
All right, thank you, Warden. Mr. Green, tell me about what trades you've learned.
I am a certified brick mason. I'm also certified in telecommunications and fiber optic installations due to Department of Corrections allowing that program to be installed here. I have experienced 3 years in welding, and I'm also experienced with cooking. The last trade that I was attempting to get, unfortunately, COVID impacted the prison. They had started a truck driving school, hadn't opened yet, but I talked to Mr. John Easley about possibly participating in it. And he told me if I wasn't able to do it, then I should be able to seek it once I get into society, maybe BRCC or something like that, that would afford me the opportunity.
Okay. To save me looking at the record, how long have you been locked up?
I've been locked up 26 years, sir.
26?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I am now 44.
How old were you when you came there?
I was 18 when I actually stepped on Angola's premises. I was 17 at the commission of my crime.
Okay. So what would you propose to do for a living if you were released on parole?
I actually have been accepted with One Touch Ministries, Ms. Verna Bradley Jackson in Baton Rouge. She has resources that will help me to gain gainful employment. I'm also in the process of becoming an assistant pastor. One of my supporters that is here with us is Pastor Randall of the Covenant Ministries. I will be a minister on her staff, and I just will have to put in the necessary time and effort to, I guess you can say, climb into the ranks of where I'm supposed to be pastoral. I'll be the assistant pastor of that church as well. Mr. John Esteen, who is also a part of the meeting today, he has just started a business himself, and he's asked me to partner up with him. So there are many different opportunities and available options for me to actually participate in, Mr. Jones.
Out of order, Mr. Esteen?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. Weren't you before the board not long ago?
Yes, sir. I was.
And I was on the board, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You were.
All right. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't seeing things.
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Marabella?
Mr. Green, my name is Tony Marabella. I've got a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
When did you first start using drugs?
Oh, Jesus. 1989. I was 13.
And what kind of drugs were you using?
I started out with marijuana, and it went from marijuana to powdered cocaine.
What have you learned? What sort of tools do you have today that would convince me that if I voted to parole you, you wouldn't go back to using drugs?
Well, the first thing is, one, my want to change my mindset. I haven't used drugs since I've been incarcerated. I don't want to say this like this, but I would do it to give you an idea of who I am. If you look into my record, I have no intoxications in Angola, in LSP. I've never failed a urinalysis test. I've never been placed under disciplinary sanctions for any type of marijuana, cocaine, heroin, anything like that. Sir, and this is just me in all honesty. I wanted to do better. drugs was not going to get me to where I wanted to be. It wasn't going to happen. Drugs got me in the position that I am currently in. And I had to understand that in order for me to get to the next level of where I wanted to go in life, there were things that I was going to have to cut loose. So the assurance that I give you is the same way that my record does not reflect. Matter of fact, no cell phones, no knives, no type of contraband in that regard with drugs, no intoxications. It's the same person that I will be when you grant me, or if you decide to grant me your vote favorably to allow me to be placed back into society. I'm not.
Mr. Green, I hear you and I appreciate what you're saying, but you are in a very structured environment. Certainly you can use drugs while you're in prison, and I understand that. But being in prison and being on the outside are two different things. What tools have you learned, or what tools do you have in your toolbox that can convince me that you're not going to go back to that lifestyle?
Again, one, I have no desires for, but two, the programming that I received, it gives us so many different avenues to be able to use them, the tools that you are asking about. When
Tell me about it. Give me some specific tools.
When you're talking about compassion cultivation class, and when you're talking about thinking for a change, you come to understand that these self-medicated things that are there for your disposal, they're only there temporarily to help coat over a situation.
Let me stop you.
Okay.
I understand the dynamics of drugs and what they do to you. What tools do you have when you get out and you find yourself in a position where somebody's got something that you might not be able to resist? How are you going to resist those things? What tools do you have?
Okay,
What
your question.
Mechanisms are you going to put in place to make sure those things don't happen to you?
Okay, well, I'm understanding your question a little bit better now. Well, I have a strong support system and a strong support team. Again, I have no desires for drugs. God is first and foremost my greatest tool. I, again, haven't had any type of a desire to even remotely think about using drugs. It was a point when I didn't have anything else to turn to that I did. Here in this structured environment, true, it's a bit structured, but there's still drugs here.
Understand.
And I could, on any given day, decide that I want to use Mojo. I want to smoke marijuana. I want to try to use cocaine. That's not what I desire. So the support team that I have around me, those who are going to help me and enable me to do the things that I need to do, that is enough for me. Those tools are enough for me to keep my focus and stay away from anything illicit like that.
Do you go to AA meetings or NA meetings?
I've actually taken substance abuse class, and I'm certified from it, and I understand that from the aspect of what I've learned in this class, basically, you know that once you start going down that rabbit hole, it's a challenge to try to get back out of it. So you don't want to tempt yourself to put yourself in that position. That is something that I stay clean away from. And that's the reason I haven't used it since I've been incarcerated.
What about your sex offender treatment? Tell me what, if anything, you've learned from that.
Oh, everything. 27 steps, ROCO scale, the classifications of sex crimes. I was very, very serious about that. I wish Mr. Van was here, but unfortunately he's not at the time. After I graduated from the class, I actually became a facilitator. Every step of it, I took it very personally. The reason that I took it very personally is because as a child, I made the most stupidest decision I've ever made in my life. As a man, I came to understand that you have to take accountability and hold yourself responsible for the things that you do in life. Learning what I learned in the risk management program is something that now I can teach other people, and I am very adamant about doing it. I've spoken about this on countless occasions. So if you want to go through all 27 of the steps, I can give them to you right now, verbatim. If you want to go through the ROCO scale, I can give that to you. If you want to go through the criminal aspects of it, I know it. And I took it to heart because in this day and age, accountability is something that we need to have. I really feel that in my heart. And I want other guys or women that I come in contact with to know that. So overall, what it's taught me, respect, honor people, the moral compass, knowing that when someone says no, no means no. You don't go against it.
What would you say to me that I should give you the opportunity? Why should I grant you the opportunity for parole based upon the seriousness of your offenses and what you've done? How can I be sure that you're not going to repeat these things?
To answer that question, sir, thank you for asking it. I've tried to place together not just a body of work, just so you can see it in documentation, but I've actually put this in my mind and in my heart. But the body of work was instrumental in what I wanted to do. I wanted to do it because I wanted to become a better person. I wanted to show that this process actually works, the rehabilitative process. So everything that I could possibly take that would give me the opportunity to show this to you today, I did it. I did it because I knew that I wanted to be more. So the programming, it works. I would just ask you to continue to have faith that the Department of Corrections got it right when they put these educational programs in place, when they put the vocational programs in place, when they put the therapeutic programs in place, and when people, the prisoners here, started to apply themselves and wanted to gain it, then the result becomes me. It actually becomes me. It becomes a person that wants to be an asset to society, no longer a liability. It's also a Mr. John Epstein or Mr. Bobby Wallace, or those who have taken to heart and know that I committed an offense. This crime is mine. I own it. I will not do this again. I will not be the same person that I was when I got here.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Green?
Yes, sir.
Tell me again what you're currently doing at prison. What kind of work are you doing?
I just graduated from brick masonry on the compound vocational school. I just graduated from that. I came back into Maine prisons population, and now I'm a janitor, and I'm also a cook, a food runner, and a accountant, and what they call it, a receptionist at one of the prison clubs or concessions that we have here at Men of Hope. So I work in what we call a restaurant, I guess you would say. Also clean up around the area and the dormitory areas, on the walk areas and other areas that need it. Just try to make myself as accessible as possible and help as much as I possibly can.
Sounds like you do have, you do a lot of things. You're not able to do any maintenance work there with the maintenance crew or anything there?
Unfortunately, I don't have any maintenance skills, sir. Like I said, I can build homes, fireplaces, patios, and I can actually install telecommunication services.
All right. Well, tell me again. We'll go back, and I hear what you're saying, and you've done a lot of work, and you definitely taken a lot of programs and done a lot of things. I am a little concerned, as long as you've been down 26 years, that in 15 you had a 21E. That's kind of concerning to me. Can you tell me about that? You've been in there long enough to know, and that's a significant rule violation there. Tell me about that.
21E, sir. Me in an area where I can be seen. It wasn't intentional. However, the officer saw me. When you don't put first the thought of what happens if I do this, and you're still reckless and you're aimless and you're not taking account for what you're supposed to do, and you don't give consideration to it first, 21Es and that situation that you see in 15 or what happened, it was just me being boneheaded. I'm in an area and I should have thought about what I was doing before I done it. I didn't think that the person would pass by and be able to really look at me and see me, but I was in a place where I could be seen, so that was my fault. After that, you see that there were no more of those, because I had to take accountability and say, Reginald, that's yours. You have to own that. You can't do anything else except for say that's your fault. I'm not putting it on anybody else. That was my fault.
Right. No, that's definitely your fault. I would agree with that.
Yes, sir.
It's nobody else's fault. But again, I guess hey, that's concerning with your current charge, what you're in for. That's concerning to me. Also the work offense, the defiance back in 2018. And I heard your reasoning, but I'm just telling you where I am. Those are concerning to me. As long as you've been down, I mean, you're a smart guy. I mean, we can hear you speak. Very smart guy. You've done a lot of work, but you would definitely know better than those things. So those are things that I'm kind of grappling with, and I'll continue to look at with the entirety of your jacket. Now we'll go ahead and speak to some folks in support. Guess we'll keep it to 10 minutes. We'll go with Mr. Esteem. You want to go with Mr. John Esteem first? Can you hear me, Mr. John?
Yes, sir. How you doing, sir?
Good, great. Just go ahead and introduce yourself and give us a
okay.
little information.
Okay, my name is John Esteem. I'm a former inmate there in Angola. I did over 20 years. I had diligently worked my way out of 150-year sentence. Now that I'm home, I've been working ever since. I got to say, like the brother, Mr. Green said, the rehabilitative program does work. And I'm thankful to enter them while I was at Angola, and Angola was a good place for me. A lot of people might not want to understand why I say that. It's because I was able to sit down and really take self-inventory and find out who John Esteem truly is. So once that process began, and once I came to find out who I am after I went through my program, especially Bible college, which I really love that, and it's still part of my life today. All I can see is not what's going forward, instead of what's behind me. So that's important too, is try not to look behind you, because these things are past unless you have an issue that you have in the past. So other than that, the rehabilitative programs are great. Now, other than me working, I have started a nonprofit organization, E&E Second Wind. And the purpose of this a company is to help those coming home from being incarcerated to make a smooth transition back into society, to keep the streets safe for everyone, and to lower the recidivism rate, sir. And I think that's a well-needed thing. And how we do that is through education, help these guys with transportation, back and forth, their appointments, jobs. If they have someone have no money taken out their pocket, we try and make it least costly to them. And also mental health services. They need mental health. People need especially even when I came home, 20 years in the penitentiary, I think you need a little counseling. I think anybody can agree to that, sir. That's me. That's who I am. That's what I'm doing today, sir.
All right. Mm-hmm. Good, thank you. You're here for support. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go with, I guess, the pastor next. With that.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, appreciate that. My name is Len Vandenboss. I'm the team chaplain for the Buffalo Bills. Worked at a large church outside of Chicago for 25 years. In 2009, I started visiting Angola prison, and we go at least once a year for whatever that is, last 11, 12 years. We host a ministry event, a 3-day ministry event, to support really the ministers and the church inside of Angola. I met Reggie probably 5 years ago. He has been a faithful friend. I have seen tremendous growth as I've gotten to know him. We correspond monthly, if not more than once a month. I help keep him accountable in what he's doing, what he's studying, and the fellowship that he's in. And I would put all my hope in what Christ has done in Reggie's heart. I know he's done a lot of work, and I'm sure learned a lot of lessons where he is. I know hundreds and hundreds of inmates in Angola, and he has been a faithful friend. And every time we are there, he is there in the front row, learning, asking questions. So I can put all my hope in what I've seen God has done in his heart, as well as the fellowship and the support he has of other men inside of Angola. And I would believe to the core of my being that his only hope going forward is a great hope. And that's in what Christ has done and that he has continued a commitment to fellowship, accountability outside, just like he has on the inside. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you men today. And
Thank you so much. All right, we have one more speaker, Ms. Broussard. Is she here to speak? No, I don't see her. Okay, we'll go to Mr. Scott Benson. We need to put some mute on.
Participating in the call is Ms. Adele Krieger. Just a few comments to the board. The nature of the offense, members of the board, causes me some serious concern. And not only the nature of the offense, there's a certain element of just cold outright manipulation. You know, Mr. Green meets ZD, the victim. He gets her telephone number and quickly calls her up and comes and visits her and says, is it okay if I, stay here tonight? And, she's helps him out in that regard. Then as the night progresses, he kind of approaches her and asks her 2 or 3 times if he can kiss her. He asks her for a kiss. And finally, when she doesn't kiss him, he pulls out a knife, puts it to her throat, and proceeds to forcibly rape her. And when he's finished, he says, maybe if you would have given me a kiss, this would not have happened. There's a certain level of manipulation there that goes beyond a simple crime, and it goes beyond what incarceration, can cure, and it's something that's ingrained in this gentleman. And we hear about his losing his status as a trustee, as a tier watcher, getting the mental health department involved. And I'm not so sure that 2018 event is not another scenario where he's gaming the system, and all the right courses and time in jail is not going to change or fix that. So I don't think his jail term has cured him of his ills, as the simple summary of that. I'd also point out to the board that according to the PPI, in case number 373172, he has a simple escape charge. Not the kind of guy I'd want to release from prison, but anyway, based on those comments, the district attorney's office would vigorously oppose his request.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Green, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Yes, sir, I would. First and foremost, I want to thank the board for giving me this opportunity today to be before you all. The board has given me the opportunity to be accountable, to hold myself responsible, to apologize to Ms. Dentz and to her family, to my family and the community, and to the state of Louisiana for the crime of aggravated rape that I committed on December the 27th, 1993. At that time, sir, I was a 17-year-old child, and I don't want to use that as a crutch, but I was a child who made bad decisions. I had influences that were not the type of people that I should have been around. The board doesn't know it because it's not in my record, but at the time I came up as an orphan. I was actually a victim of sexual assault, verbal abuse, physical abuse as a child. The things that I have attempted to do was because I understood that I was stupid. I was immature. I was in need of correction. And as Mr. Esteen said, and this is a real regard, me coming to Angola was the thing that corrected me. The corrections process, the rehabilitation process, it is what gave me the opportunity to see that I needed to be something more. This particular day, the only thing that I can ask the board for is its mercy and their faith that upon releasing me, I will not be someone who will be a receding inside of the penal institutions ever again. That I will be someone that you can speak to at church or see at a neighborhood grocery store and not worry about whether or not I will harm another individual in my life. The criminal element, it no longer has not a thought, but a place in me. I no longer think criminalistically. And the programs that I have taken advantage of are for the purpose solely of making sure that when the board gives me the opportunity, I do right by the board, that it's not later in life thought, wow, I gave him a chance and he messed it up. He was a bonehead. He screwed it up horribly. That won't be me, sir. So I thank you again for your time. I ask you for your mercy. That's the only thing that I can ask for. I'm not obligated for anything, and I understand that this is an opportunity that I have to put my best foot forward. And throughout the 26-year period of time, it has helped me grow.
All right.
So I thank you. I thank the board for being here today, and I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion for executive session.
Got a motion for executive session. And a second. Roll call, please.
Second.
Got a second and a roll call, please.
Mr. Marabella,
Yes.
Mr. Kelsey,
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
We'll be back going to discuss confidential information.
My goodness. Salute to all the new subscribers. My goodness. What now? They're about to have an executive meeting. Oh man. Oh man. Right before they vote. I wonder what that about. Wonder what that is about. So we're gonna get to them coming back. Man. Ooh, this one different. This one different.
All right, I think we're back. We've all made it back. Is the panel prepared to vote? Are we off of mute, board members? Can't hear you? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Is the audience ready to vote? I'm gonna start the timer and put the poll in the chat. Now, the poll is in the chat. The timer has started. Dum. I'm gonna say this. In my opinion, this is me speaking personally. This guy could not convince me. To me, there's too much red flags. And by the time I heard his actual crime and the details of the crime, I realized that the things that the little red flags that was going off about him to me came to be exactly what it was. This guy sounds like a manipulator. He tried to control the interview from the beginning. That's what it seemed like to me. Immediately, he changed the dynamics of what was asked of him and gave them a better question and then answered that and spent the time explaining the question that he decided that he's going to ask himself. And he spent a lot of time sounding like he already knew everything he was going to say. A lot of this stuff sounded rehearsed, and he took a lot of control. And it seemed like confidence, but at some points it seemed like arrogance. And it seemed like he thinks to himself, I got this. And even when he sounds remorseful, to me, it sounds rehearsed. However, he has been in there 26 years. That is a long time. But when you consider 26 years on a life sentence, that's not a long time. And for him to get a life sentence for these type of charges, you already know the details might be really, really not nice. And he has so much different. This guy has 91 violations or write-ups, he's doing a lot. He's doing a lot. I think he's acting, and this is my opinion. I'm not sure how the parole board would vote on this, but being that he has a life sentence, and I see that he looks like he's full of it. To them, it seems like they think they know he's full of it. So I think they might deny him ultimately. All right, the time is up. I'm gonna end the poll. All right, the poll is ended. We got 20 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 64% said no, 34% says yes. So, a majority of people think that the judges will say no, but we got a decent amount that thinks they might give him the parole. So let's see how it goes. Judges?
Madam President, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Green, you have an interesting case. You're an interesting man, obviously smart. And I have no doubt that you've come an awful long way. You came from a tough start, and I don't discount that. I had it easy coming up. Both my parents were around, and my dad made a decent living. I was expected to go to school. I went to school. It was easy. I didn't face any challenges like that. Why our world works like that, I don't know. But it didn't work well for you. I know that. And you've made terrific progress. That being said, I have at least two issues. One is that right up in 2018, which you kind of admitted you intentionally got to game the system. And that just bothers the daylights out of me. And because it's not the way honest men do things. Honest men go forward and do things without lying to people about it. Because in order to do what you did, you had to lie. And you did. And now you look back and you're proud of what you did. And that just troubles me immensely. The second thing is that when you were listening to Mr. Marabella, his questions, and he gave you more chances than I would have. He gave you every chance in the world to explain to him, based on all the courses you've taken, all the programs you've had, some mechanism you're going to use to stay clean and sober. And you never gave him anything. And it is possible to stay clean and sober through your church if you make that program part of the church experience. The only proven program of success in treatment of drugs and alcoholism is Alcoholics Anonymous, where alcoholics and drug addicts meet and support other alcoholics and drug addicts and advise them on how to succeed and get by. And that never crossed your lips. I know you've been exposed to 12-step programs in these courses, and it had no effect on you. So my vote today is to deny your parole. I have unsolicited advice for you because you're going to come up again. My advice to you is put your hands on the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. The title of it is Alcoholics Anonymous, and read it. Some of the language in it's kind of old-fashioned, originally written in the 30s, but read it and understand it, and then read it again and try to understand it again, because it is a way. It provides you with a way to stay sober, but better than that, if you work the 12 steps, it provides for you a way to live a good, honest life. Not trying to misrepresent things so that people give you what you want. A good, honest life. And when you're wrong, you admit it. So that's my recommendation to you. My vote, unfortunately, is to deny your parole.
Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Green, I have to echo what Mr. Jones said. It was very difficult trying to ask you a question about the tools that you have learned to keep off drugs. I don't know whether you were aware of this or not, but I presided over a drug court for 14 years. And I heard your little spiel, I can't tell you how many times, from people who really just didn't get it. I don't know whether you just didn't get it or you just had a spiel that you wanted to put together and just say and keep sticking to the script. I'm not sure. I wasn't convinced that you have the tools to be able to do that. I do want to reiterate again, though, what Mr. Jones said. You've come a long way. You've done a lot of positive things while you've been in prison. I am very concerned about this incident that occurred in 2018. And I'm also very concerned about the mental evaluation that we received from in January of this year that describes you as a person who tends to ignore boundaries and perhaps has inappropriate behavior with female staff members. I'm concerned about those things, especially in light of the fact that you're in prison for rape. Does that mean that you should give up and not come back for parole? No. But I think the next time that you come up, you need to be prepared to answer those questions. It is also my vote to deny your parole.
All right, you have 2 votes to deny your parole. Also, I'm going to vote to deny your parole, law enforcement opposition, poor disciplinary record, and you have DA opposition. So you have 3 votes to deny your parole. Today, your parole has been denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much in line with what I thought, because come on, guys. They could read through that. And he admitted trying to game, and that was not too hard. Do remember, join the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. Nightbot is putting the link in the chat for the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. Tomorrow, we will be having live streams of the YSL trial. We're going to have multiple live streams of different trials that's going on in real time. So if you want to join the Discord, you can join the live stream and join the channels and watch the live stream and interact with other people while you're watching the live stream. Very interactive. Check out the Discord, Wabbit Crime Network. Now, we are moving to our next case. To our next case, we move. Now, if you want to support this channel, you can support this channel by joining a membership or sending a super chat, or you can send a donation through the PayPal and Cash App at Wabbit Crime Network. Also, Nightbot is putting links to the donations in the chat as well. Links to the Discord is in the chat. Join the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. We are streaming live stream trials, and you can get crime content in the Discord. So feel free to check out the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. The rooms where the trials are showed are members only. So if you are a member on YouTube, you have exclusive access to those rooms that the trials are streaming. So also, you might want to get a membership. But joining the Discord overall is free. We have much more free content in there as well. We got content for everybody. Now, we are at a parole board hearing. Inmate is up for parole, and the judges will interview them and then decide whether or not they will grant or deny parole. Before the judges make their decision, I will put a poll in the chat for 3 minutes, and the audience will vote on whether or not they think the judges will deny or grant parole in this case. I will then end the poll and read the results of the audience, and then I will play the results of the judges to see if the audience and the judges were in line. Until then, I will be in the chat, and I'll be back when the judges are ready to vote. So we are on to our next case.
Unmuted.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Kelsey, this is the case for Terrence Wynn,
ma'am.
DOC number 296659. Here this morning with us participating, we have the victim's brother, Mr. Andre Woods. He will speak in opposition this morning. Here in support, we have two from the LSU Law Clinic, Professor Bob Lancaster, who is here also with Aaron Wiseman, who will be representing counsel this morning. We have Norris Henderson here from the First 72. Well, he's not checked in yet. Maybe he's not coming to this. And then we have Miss Letty Miles, who is the aunt of the offender. She will be speaking on his behalf this morning. And that's it.
And we see Kerry Myers here. Did you mention him?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Carrie's here for the Parole Project.
All right.
My apologies, Carrie.
Thank you. All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Terrence Wynn, 296659.
All right, Terrence, my name's Brennan Kelsey. I also have Mr. Tony Marabella and Keith Jones on the board. We'll be serving as your board. Explain the process to you. We'll read some information to the record, have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. And then at the appropriate time, we'll allow victims and guests to make their statements. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we'll block it out to about 10 minutes on both sides. And we'll try to stay that whoever's going to be speaking. Thank y'all for being here. Terrence Wynn, DOC number 296659. You are a first-class offender, second-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, sentenced on 8/9/2016, the resentence, originally 3/5/1991, life in prison, 25 years hard labor. Parole date 8/1/2017, not eligible for good time, life, full term. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you please answer Mr. Marabella's questions, please?
Mr. Wynn, good morning. My name, good morning still. My name is Tony Marabella. I'm going to ask you a few questions today, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding that you were 16 when you first went to prison. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in jail now?
30 years.
30 years?
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding in reviewing your report that within the first 6 months of your being in prison, you got your GED. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's very impressive. I understand that. Tell me a little bit about your drug use back then. How old were you when you first started using drugs?
I think like probably about 12 or 13.
What kind of drugs were you first using?
Marijuana and alcohol.
Okay. Did you progress from there?
Oh, yes, sir. On the night that I committed the crime, I used cocaine for the first time.
What sort of drug treatment have you had while you've been in prison?
I've taken Living in Balance, and I've taken Remembering Your Past, and I just took trying to think of it. I'm kind of nervous. So
all right, you just relax. Just answer my questions. I'm going to ask you a little differently.
Okay.
The programs that you've taken for substance abuse. Tell me some things that you've learned. Tell me some things that are going to help you if you get paroled, get back on the outside, and temptations come up about drug use. What sort of things have you learned that will facilitate you in not using drugs anymore?
Well, I've learned that to depend on my support. I've learned to talk things over with God. And I've learned to just take my time and to take myself out of negative situations and negative environments so that I don't succumb to no type of temptations like that.
Okay. Support, you said rely on your support. That's a quick word. But what do you consider to be your support system?
Oh, my family. My family.
Do you, have you gone to AA or NA meetings?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Do you think those are important?
Yes, very, very important. Because
Is that something you think that you would continue to do once you got out of prison?
Yes, sir.
What other programs have you taken, or what other things have you learned from the various programs that you have taken that have benefited you while you've been in prison to change your life?
I've taken compassion. Compassion has really benefited my life because I'm a nurse's aide here at the prison, and I take care of sick guys whom can't really do for themselves. Before taking this class and programming myself, I never really thought that I could do that. But by taking compassion, I've always had I've also liked helping people, but just helping sick people. I never thought I could really do it. But when I took that class, now I can help. I help people, and it gives me joy to bring smiles to their faces. And try like one patient, he was bedridden when he came off the ward and he came in the dorm. So he couldn't get himself out the bed, and he couldn't get back in the bed, nor could he walk. So I talk to him every day. I get him out the bed every day. I put him in the bed every day, and I talk to him.
Tell me about your work and how long you've been doing that work. You're a nurse's aide. What is your title?
Yes, I'm a nurse's aide.
Okay, tell me how long you've been doing that and what that entails.
I've been doing it for 18 months. Being a nurse's aide entails you to bathe certain patients, you feed all of the patients, and you just be there for them, because some of them don't have anyone. So sometimes they need people to talk to. Like sometimes they just need motivation to get out the bed and to try to walk again, because some of them can't walk. You just try to be everything for them. And some need smiles, and I try to give them a smile, because it's a hard situation to no longer be able to do something for yourself. And so I try.
Tell me what you would say to those people who are opposing your parole about how you've changed while you've been in prison and why you're a different person today if you are allowed back in society.
I would say that I did the most horrible thing that any human being can do to another human being on December the 26th, 1989, by allowing my anger to get the best of me, to take Jeffrey Owen's life. If I get back in society, I would do everything in my power to try to help the next young guy who's going down the wrong path like I went down, so that he won't make that mistake, or he won't commit a crime and take his family or a victim's family through the same thing I've done.
Your reentry plan is to enroll with the Parole Project, the Louisiana Parole Project?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I also understand that you have a low risk assessment. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Wynn.
Good morning, Mr. Jones.
140 write-ups. 140.
Yes, sir.
I know you've been there a long time.
Yes, sir.
That's still a big number.
Yes, sir. I think if you was to look at it, my write-ups in a quarterly fashion, you will see where I done improved. Like the first 7 years and 4 months I was in prison, I was 23. I had 55 write-ups. The second 7 years and 4 months, I was 30. I had 44 write-ups, 11 less than the 55. My third quarter, I was 40. I had 23 write-ups, 32 less than the 55 when I first came. And currently, I've had 18 write-ups, 37 less. And I've had 2 years without a write-up in these last 7 years and 4 months.
Yes, sir. I noticed that. Your last 3 write-ups and 4 out of your last 5 and 6 out of your last 8 were for contraband.
Yes, sir.
What was the contraband?
Cell phone.
Every time?
Yes, sir. Those were poor choices and negatives that I've turned into positives since the last report. Since that report, I've earned another trade. Plus, I learned that I had an addiction. I was addicted to using cell phones. Before learning that, I didn't know that our addiction extended to.
It's a pretty widespread addiction on the outside, I can tell you that.
Yes, no, and I never knew that it extended to that. But you know, I've since got a trade. I've taken victim awareness since then. I've taken compassion class since then. And you know, and I've got a job that really helps me balance all my bad behavior with good behavior by helping other people.
Good. Warden Vinoy?
Yes.
What can you tell us about Mr. Wynn?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, Mr. Jones?
We can, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, I've known him, you know, his whole time here. I was sitting here listening to him, and you know, I've seen a change in him. I can tell you. I think that the job as a nursing aide, he's helped a lot of people, but I think that's probably helped him more to grow up and become a responsible man than maybe he even realizes. He's like he said, he was addicted to those cell phones. Really, the last 6 or 8 years, that's been his biggest disciplinary problem, were the cell phones. And in the last 2 years, like I say, since he's been that nursing aide, you know, he stayed out of trouble, stayed away from the cell phones. And I think that job has helped him mature and grow up.
Good. Thank you, Warden, very much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wynn, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
I guess, yeah, I had to have the same question. I mean, again, you being down as long as you've been down, you know, you're doing a lot of good things. And I heard about your explanation about the quarters, you know, but all those contrabands, all those phones, I mean, that's concerning to me. I'll be honest with you. I mean, just as for the last several years, I think, you know, the last 5 years, and of course, last 2 years you haven't, but what were you doing? I mean, you getting cell phones trying to talk to people, you moving cell phones around. I mean, what's happening there?
Yes, I was just trying to communicate just being fascinated with seeing the world. I mean, I've been incarcerated since I was 16. It's a new world. It's just being able to communicate with people and see the world. I just got addicted to that. And I worked to overcome that addiction.
Right. I mean, it still was breaking the law, the rule, whatever, right? So we gotta feel comfortable that when we do release you, that you're gonna, follow the rules and laws and obey. It's the same thing out there, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, I would like to. I pray that you could see that I worked to overcome that, and since I've shown maturity not to do anything else to break any prison rules since that last report. And that's a part of me taking these programs, me falling back on the programming so that I don't fall prey to my own vices.
Right there. If you get out, there's going to be a lot of temptations,
Oh, I can assure you, sir, I won't fall victim to anything. I'm going to walk a fine line. Because
you would definitely need to. What about and what you say you were going to do for work? I know you're working as a nurse's aide. I heard you talk on that. What's your plans to work? Same thing.
Oh, yes, the same thing. And I'm gonna depend on the parole project because they have a formula that's winning. So I'm gonna depend on them also.
And you're going to try to get nursing assistant work, or what are you going to try to do?
Oh, well, I have nursing assistant. My aunt owns like the biggest healthcare service in northern Louisiana. So I have employment with her already.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, let's go see here. We will talk to some supporters. You want to speak, Miss Letty, Aunt Letty? Miss Letty, is that who we're going to speak first?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Unmuted.
I'm Letty. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Terrence has always been my baby. His mother was sick, had cancer. She passed away since he's been there. All I know to do, I pray and ask God to help him, and I know he's done it. And I'm praying for my strength to help Terrence. I already have a job for him. He's gonna help me. Me and my granddaughter owns Metro Client Care.
Metro what? Healthcare?
Metro Client Care. In our city, Louisiana, right out of Sweetport. He's already got a job. He's gonna be my main driver to transport my clients backwards and forward to the hospital. Then I got another one for him to come in to work with me. When he was a child coming up, and I worked 2 jobs, and he was my cook and babysitter while I tried to work. I drove school bus and worked at a nursing home, and he was always there for me. I got off at 11 o'clock. When I come home, he had my supper cooked and had my clothes washed. He's been a good child. He just made a mistake, but I've asked God for forgiveness. And I've asked God to forgive him for the other family also. But he's got a home to come to. And if this one ain't big enough for him, I got another one out in Martin Luther King area in Sweetport. If he want to move into the bigger house, it's up to him. And we're just praying for the best.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Myers?
Thank you. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Terrence was 16 when he committed this crime. And as a 16-year-old, he obviously did and made a decision that 16-year-olds sometimes do. And that was a fatal decision for someone. And you can see Terrence's remorse. After 30 years, progress and growth is not always a straight line. Sometimes you go forward, sometimes you take a side step. Terrence has done both. He's gone forward. He's made huge strides, and sometimes some of those steps during periods were side steps, not forward steps. But I think you can see through his attitude that he stayed facing forward. He never turned around and looked back, went back. And so you can see in the last 2 years, times the light comes on. Even though you're going forward, even though you're making great progress, the light doesn't always click on. It has now with Terrence. Terrence has a place with Parole Project. He will come into our program and get the benefits of our program until he is ready to return to his family in Shreveport, where he obviously has support and
All right. I think we heard you cutting out there, Mr. Meyer. I think we heard that your Parole Project would accept him in, and you cut out a little bit. I think we heard
Absolutely.
Parole Project accept him in and give all wraparound services that are required. Is that correct? All right.
Absolutely. We are prepared to take Terrence, and he'll be in the program as long as it's required. He needs to be in the program.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Lancaster, you want to wrap up at the end after Terrence? Would you like your law student there to make a comment? What you looking at?
Mr. Kelsey, Mr. Wiseman just graduated from LSU. He's in the parole clinic. He's the one that's been assisting Terrence. So if the board would like, he can make a statement at the end and wrap everything up.
That sounds fantastic. All right.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Wiseman.
Yes, sounds good. We'll, Mr. Andre Woods, would you like to make your statement? Push your mute off.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now we can. Yes, sir.
Well, Jeffrey is not here to participate in these proceedings, so I'm going to speak on his behalf. I just want to give you a little insight on Jeffrey.
Yes, sir.
Jeffrey was in Shreveport. I didn't like the association in Shreveport. I didn't like how the environment was in Shreveport. So I came and got Jeffrey and took Jeffrey to New Orleans, where I had my own business. I was 3 years older than he was, and I had a photography business. I told Jeffrey I was going to come and give him a job from Shreveport and move him to New Orleans, so he didn't have to be surrounded by those his environment. I kept Jeffrey down there in New Orleans for about a year. He got his he became one of my managers at one of my portrait studios. He started helping me and what have you. He turned, everybody was impressed because he was turning his life around, becoming a business guy. A week before he passed, he got his own apartment. He got his own apartment in New Orleans. That was right before Christmas. I said, since you've been doing so good, Jeff, let's go back home so our family can see you. I want you to see him. So we went home. And on the day that we got there, found out that his school or some friends was having a little gathering, and they haven't seen Jeffrey in over a year. And he asked, could he attend that function? And I told him no at first, but one of my older brothers said that he was going to supervise him and watch over him and take him, because everybody wanted to see him since he was doing so. It had been a while since we saw him. So I let Jeff go to that function. And while he was at the function, we was at one of his auntie house. He didn't get a chance to see his parents. Yeah, they haven't seen him over a year because we got there and he went to that function, and we were gonna go and visit our parents the next day, he told me. But unfortunately, that incident happened that night. None of our relatives, parents, sisters, or brothers, none of them got a chance to see him due to that event. Jeffrey's father passed similar, doing a similar way right at the same age. So I wanted to take Jeffrey away from that environment so he would never, he wouldn't be subject to that same tragedy that his father had to endure around that same age. So really, Jeffrey passing took away Jeffrey, his future kids, anything, took away a whole generation. So I understand how someone could be locked up feeling a remorse, but if someone is truly remorse, I don't think that record there is very alarming to me. I don't think if you really remorseful, I done been with that gentleman at before, and I didn't have any write-ups while I was there. That seemed like habitual. That ain't just a red flag. That seemed like that's a habitual way of life, and I just don't get it. That seemed like, now if you would have said 10 write-ups, 15 write-ups, yes, but you talk over, that's quite alarming, and that can't be ignored. That doesn't seem like someone's trying to put their best foot forward. 30 years, yeah, 15, 20 write-ups, yeah, but we talking worst case, we talking history of I don't know, I bet you, I can't imagine the worst people down there having more than that. That's quite alarming there. I was listening, but when the record came up on how many write-ups, doesn't seem like somebody who's trying to put their best foot forward. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
All right.
That don't seem like somebody who's truly remorseful for what they're doing when they down there steady committing that many write-ups and what have you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Woods.
Yes, sir.
All right. There we go. Make sure we have all this. All right, Mr. Wynn, would you like to make a statement and then council will wrap up at the end? Is that the way we're going to do this? That'll be good.
Yes, sir. I pray that I have sufficiently demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation. I ask the board, please show me mercy. I would like to also thank the board for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank Warren Vanoy, classification. I would like to thank my family for the support over these years. And I would like to thank my new extended family, the Parole Project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Wiseman, you'd like to wrap it up?
Yes, sir. My name is Aaron Wiseman. I'm a recent LSU law graduate. I'm here under the supervision of Professor Lancaster, and he's been assisting me throughout the whole process. So I try to think about what I should come here to say today, but all I can say is that I'm coming here to advocate for a good man. When I first met Terrence, I could feel the humility and honesty, just saw it in his eyes. He told me all about what happened and how about drugs and alcohol changed his life and made him into something who he's not. So that night on Christmas night was a bottom for Terrence. Throughout his 30 years in Angola as a juvenile lifer, he's projected a trajectory of growth and rehabilitation, and that is exactly what the Supreme Court was getting at in Miller and Montgomery for juvenile lifers to be rehabilitated. The evidence of his rehabilitation is in his capability to be redeemed. He didn't just screw around when he got to prison. He got his GED right within 6 months. He confronted the teenager Terrence who committed this terrible crime through victims awareness and anger management. He has committed himself to sobriety because he has seen directly what it can do to him, and he's done living in balance. He also forgot to say that he's done celebrating recovery, and he did that in 2019. He's also found a spiritual growth process that he's discovered through Islam and also through his recovery programs. And he also has done the 10 Commandments study program and the Experience in God program. And one thing Terrence told me, he's been able to channel his energy and passion that he's developed in the process of growth, and he's written several books, and one of them is about 5 Black basketball players who all chose to go to Morgan State in Baltimore to bring attention to the HBCUs. And then as far as the last write-up, since then, Terrence has done victims awareness and also celebrating recovery. He's worked as the nurse's aide, which has enabled him to help others, which has really helped him, like the warden said. And as far as the reentry plan, he'll have all of the resources of the Parole Project and can stay there long term if necessary. And he's also done drama club and Malachi Dads. And Terrence isn't perfect as seen by his phone write-up, but I can honestly say that I'm here today to advocate for a good man, and that he is, the core question should be, is he rehabilitated? Is he gonna reoffend in the same way that he did 30 years ago? I think the evidence says that he will not. And so I humbly ask the board to grant Terrence parole today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yep.
All right. Is the audience prepared to vote? We're going to start the timer and start the poll. Let me get the timer. All right. Timer started. Poll is in the chat. Will the judges grant parole in this case? Juvenile lifer, sentenced because he committed murder. And all the time he spent in jail, he's been getting write-ups right throughout the time. He's been getting less write-ups than he was getting before. But when you consider the amount of write-ups he was getting initially, even less is more in this case, because even though it's less than what you got before, it's still a lot. Even though it's less than what you got before, it's still a lot for that time. You're basically doing a lot. You're doing a lot. I can't see how it has shown that you really have been being a model prisoner, as they say. They make references of these model prisoners in the parole board hearings. And he doesn't sound like one of these model prisoners. Sounds average at best. But he has spent a long time in jail. However, considering he has a life sentence, how long is long on a life sentence? You know, they can reduce the life sentence to like 100 years or something. Is that enough time? If they reduce the life sentence to 100 years, would that be enough for you? You know, so I don't know how to weigh that scale of is this amount of time enough on a life sentence, because life is a long time. Yeah, being 16 and put in jail for life is kind of horrible. However, are there some 16-year-old demons out there? Are there some 16-year-old demons that cannot be reformed? It might be. There might be. So you have to take that into consideration as well. Yeah. We got 10 seconds left. I'm going to get ready to end the poll. 5, 3, 1. All right. All right, the poll is ended. We got 17 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 64% says no, and 35% says yes. So we got the majority saying no, but we still got some people that says yes. So let's see what the judges say. Judges?
Mr. Marabella?
Mr. Wynn, I have reviewed your report. I've reviewed all of the records, your interview today, the presentation of your lawyers, both Mr. Kelsey and Mr. Jones's concerns about your write-ups or legitimate concerns. Your explanation is one that I accept. I certainly understand the position of Mr. Woods on the loss of his brother, all of the work that he did so very hard to get his brother out of harm's way, and all of a sudden his brother ends up getting killed. So for that, Mr. Woods, I certainly understand your sympathy, and I certainly do offer my condolences to you. We are here today to determine whether or not Mr. Wynn has successfully proven himself to earn a parole today. When I look at the programs that he's taken, the drug treatment that he's taken, the tools that he has been able to put together to be able to function on the outside, his work in prison, the things that he has done in prison, the compassion that he's shown to the sick people in prison, the reentry plan that he has with the Parole Project. Based upon that whole body of work, his low risk assessment, it would be my vote to grant his parole today with the following conditions: that he enroll in and work with the Louisiana Parole Project, that he report to his parole officer weekly for the first 90 days, that he obtain a substance abuse evaluation and follow whatever treatment I assume the Parole Project would assist in that. I also want him to attend 3 AA meetings per week for at least the first 6 months. I would require a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. With the following exceptions, that being work, church going, or any other conditions of his supervision. And I would want him to do 4 hours of community service work per month, and primarily aimed at young, youthful offenders to be able to tell his story and how he has come through this. That would be my vote.
All right, Mr. Jones.
I was impressed by the fact that the first thing that Mr. Wynn offered us to talk about his maturity and rehabilitation is his work as a nurse's aide. And the first thing Warden Vinoy talked about Mr. Wynn's maturity and rehabilitation was his work as a nurse's aide. And it was apparent to me when Mr. Wynn talked about it that his heart's there, and that it's affected him. And it's nice to see a violent criminal like you, Mr. Wynn, whose life has been changed by helping people who can't help themselves. And I admire that work. I agree with Mr. Marabella. My vote is also to grant your parole. My choice would be that not to put a 6-month limitation on the AA meetings.
All right.
I want you to make AA a part of your life. Can't get in trouble there. Only takes an hour. You meet a lot of people there. You'll make friends there. Best of all, you get to work the 12 steps and use that as a pattern, as a guidebook to live a good, honest life. Good luck, Mr. Wynn.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Wynn. You have 2 votes to grant your parole today. Taking everything into consideration, again, difficult case. This is a tough case for us. Condolences to the victim's families, tragic case. And again, my concern, I do have some concerns, but taking everything into consideration, everything that I read, all the ward's comments, I too am going to vote to grant you parole today. do your low Lorna score, your low Tiger score, the work that you've done, the positive Warden comments, the things that you've done. The stipulations as stated would be NAAA. You want 3 times a week? Is that what you said, Mr.
Yeah.
Jones? 3 times a week. You maintain employment. You would go to the parole project. And I would, if it's okay with you, Mr. Marabella, I would like to see him do 8 hours a month of community service work.
Certainly, sure.
And follow all requirements as you're required to. So 3 votes to grant your parole. Your parole's been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, Mr. Wynn.
Thank you.
Mr. Wiseman, good seeing you.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Judge Marabella.
That was interesting. I didn't see that happening. I didn't see that coming. I thought those write-ups was enough to get him. I thought those write-ups was enough to get him. Well, we're moving on. On to my next one. Now, if you haven't joined the Wabbit Crime Network Discord, please join the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. It's free to join. However, for members of this channel, you will have access to the rooms where we are streaming the YSL court trials live starting tomorrow. And we also have other court trials that are going on live in real time, streaming in those channels. But you have to be a member on the YouTube channel. And please check out the Discord to find out how to integrate your YouTube channel with the Discord so you can automatically have access to those rooms because you are a member. Now, if you want to support this channel, you can join a membership. You can send a super chat. You can also send a donation through the PayPal and Cash App at Wabbit Crime Network. Now, also there's links in the chat. Nightbot is putting links in the chat for different pages. You can check out my Wabbit Crime Cam, where you're going to have surveillance videos and body cam videos of crime content. I'm just starting that channel, so check it out and be a part of its growth. Now, we are at the parole board hearing. Inmates are here to see if the judges will grant them parole after an interview. Before the judges decide, I will put a poll in the chat and let the audience vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant parole in this case. The poll will be in the chat for 3 minutes. Then I will end it, read the results, and then compare. Then I will play the judges' results, and we will see if the audience and the judges were in line. So I will be in the chat until it's time. We are on to our next case, and I'll be back when the judges are ready to vote.
Okay.
Okay, we're unmuted.
Okay, Mr. Kelsey, this is the case for Walter Wilson, DOC number 99586. We have a number of participants here today. We have Tracy Barbera with the 19th JDC, Assistant District Attorney here in opposition. She'll speak in opposition this morning. And then we have 2 attorneys that are representing, I'm sorry, can you tell me what group you're representing again? Sophia McDonald and
Yes, we're with the Equal Justice Initiative, and I'll be speaking on Mr. Wilson's behalf today.
Okay, so Allison Molman will be the speaker on behalf.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we also have here in support Mr. Reginal Carolina, who is the offender's uncle, and Catherine Wilson is supposed to be attending his sister, but she has not checked in yet, so we may admit her at some point, but she's not in the meeting right now, and that's it.
All right, thank you. All right, introduce yourself and state your name and DOC number for the record, please.
Walter Wilson, 99586.
All right, Mr. Wilson, my name is Brennan Kelsey. Along with me is Mr. Tony Marabella, Mr. Keith Jones. We make up the parole panel will hear your case. We'll ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement, and we'll take a vote. Obviously, at the appropriate time, everyone will be allowed to make the statements. We'll keep it 10 minutes for both sides, support and against. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
All right. Walker Wilson, DOC number 99586. You are a first-class offender, aggravated rape.
Yes, sir.
Sentenced to life. Sentencing date 8/20/82. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you please
Mr.
answer?
Chairman.
Yes.
If Mr. Wilson is sitting there all by himself, could we have him remove his mask?
So yeah, if he's,
I just rather see the expression on his face.
if you feel okay, okay.
Okay.
Whatever's comfortable for you. So you can keep it on or take it off. So would you answer Mr. Marabella's questions, please?
Mr. Wilson, good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Marabella. How are you?
I'm all right, sir.
Mr. Wilson, I've got a number of questions for you. You're 56 years old.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in prison on these charges?
40 years, 11 days.
Tell me a little bit about yourself before you came to prison. Did you use drugs back then?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what kind of drugs you used back then.
Mostly weed and drunk alcohol.
Cocaine, anything beyond that?
None of that. Just weed and alcohol.
What sort of treatment have you had while you've been in prison for your drugs and alcohol issues?
AA, Living in Balance, and JC's program.
Tell me what you learned from those programs that would convince me that if I voted to release you, you wouldn't go back to using drugs and alcohol.
It taught me to learn how to not associate myself within people that's in that type of environment, and to find something else to occupy my mind, like go and play basketball, or reading a book and stuff like that.
Have you done any, do you go to AA meetings? Have you been to AA meetings?
Yes, but they, since the pandemic, it stopped.
Okay, but before that, were you going to
Yes,
AA
sir.
regularly?
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about other programs that you've taken while you've been in prison.
Well, like Malachi Dad, it teaches you how to associate with family and how to act with your nieces and nephews and stuff like that, because I don't have any children. And but it helps for me to be able to talk to them.
How about anger management classes? What sort of classes have you taken to
I took them
discuss your anger issues?
I took them early on, one with Cage Your Rage. And she basically taught us, take a moment out, take a time out, go sit down, think about the situation, and then come back and address it. But make sure you take some minutes off. Get beside yourself.
Tell me what sort of work things you've done while you've been in prison.
Well, I worked at the processing plant doing vegetables, and I worked on the rodeo grounds when I was a rodeo, and then I helped be a part of the rodeo. And then I got in school, and I got in carpenter school, and I got in pesticide. That's mostly for right.
What are you currently doing? What sort of job do you have currently in prison?
I'm janitorial service.
Did you get your GED?
Yes, sir, 1994.
Tell me what you would say to the family of the victim today as to why you should be released and why I should vote to let you out. What have you learned, or who are you now that that has changed while you've been in prison?
Well, I would say to them that the person that they're looking before them today, the 56-year-old that they're looking at them today, is not that 16-year-old back then that was on them drugs. I done took steps now in a positive light that, you know, I hope I truly apologize for what happened then. But the person that you see before you today is a different person. He's a more mature person. He thinks that more clear. He don't let others try to do his thinking for him.
When was the last time you had a disciplinary write-up?
2016.
And what was that for?
It was for synthetic marijuana.
So
I came before the board in 2017, and that's what they told me about. Go back, take some more programs, and stay drug free.
okay, so 2016, how long you been in prison? 4 years ago. You've been in prison for 40 years?
Yes, sir.
So you've been in prison for 36 years. You've taken all of these drug rehab programs, yet you had a write-up for synthetic marijuana.
Right.
Tell me about that. What you know, that concerns me greatly.
Yeah,
If
it was a slip on my
go
part.
back to using drugs and get crazy and kill somebody, I'm not willing to accept that. So tell me why I should vote to let you out. I'm sorry?
I don't think I would do that because of the stuff I done put in place for me once I get into society. One Touch Ministry and PrEP. They got a drug program now. And I'll be in that drug program for the next 6 months and whatever.
Okay, tell me what you have done since 2016. What programs have you taken since 2016?
JC's, Malachi Dad, and I go to church every Sunday. These were 1-year programs.
Were you on drugs or alcohol when this offense was committed?
Yes, sir.
So you committed a horrible crime while on drugs and alcohol. After 36 years in prison, you got a write-up for using synthetic marijuana.
Something I shouldn't have done.
Okay. What is your transition plan? Where do you hope to live, or where would you want to stay when you get out?
I'll be going to One Touch Ministry. And then I'll be also into the PrEP program. They have a drug class and all that. And I have counselors.
You came up a couple of years ago for parole, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were denied?
Yeah, because of the last write-up.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Jones?
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon.
You have participated in lots of programs. You have looked inside yourself. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Trying to understand all you can about you so that you can live an honest life. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Then please answer this question. Where did all the violence come from?
I don't know. It's just, I can't tell you where it come from, but I guess through alcohol and drugs, that's why I'm trying to stay in these little programs.
Well, yeah, but you can make me pretty nervous if you tell me that you're a 6-pack away from beating a woman and raping her again.
Oh, sir.
Wasn't the alcohol that raped her.
Yeah, you're right, sir. But
So
I got.
did you see violence coming up, growing up?
Yeah, pretty much where I lived at.
Like what?
Fighting and all that.
All right. This the only woman you ever attacked?
Yes, sir.
You have any idea what you were thinking?
No, sir, I blanked out.
You don't remember this at all?
No, sir.
What's the next thing you remember after you did it?
I blacked out.
I know, but
they woke me up.
You came to at some point, right?
The police woke me up.
All right. Oh, that's right. And you were there in her bed.
Yeah.
So you didn't have much of a defense, did you?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Again, what are your plans if you were gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I'll be going to One Touch Ministry, and they got an extensive program for me once I get there. With drugs, jobs and stuff like that.
Working.
They'll give me a job and all that.
Okay. All right. We'll let's see.
It's
We'll
all in the package.
Yeah, we got it. We'll speak to Mr. Reginal. Is that Carolina? You there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right,
I apologize. I was in a position where I was stationary, but unfortunately, I got to give my wife some lunch. So I appreciate the board allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the family. Just to let you know, over the years, I've seen quite a bit of change. And my uncle, he's my uncle. I'm not his uncle. I'm his nephew. But I know about the environment that he comes out of and so forth. But the plans that are in place for his transition are such as he goes through this program, but my aunt also has a place for him. And before the pandemic came about, she also had secured him a job to go to work. Not sure where that's at this point. But also he has a large family of supporters behind him to help him to continue to transition in such a way that he benefits from what he has been through as far as incarceration. Of course, we know that he's the reason that he's there, but just the fact that at this point in his life that he's a much older, much more mature individual that is loved and will be supported. So given the opportunity, we definitely would pray that you give him consideration. But in listening to these hearings this morning, I have to say to the panel, y'all have a tough job. I work for state police, but I've never seen this side of the situation. And y'all have a tough job, and you ask some really good questions to really try to get to the bottom of them. We definitely appreciate the job that y'all are doing. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. All right, who will be next? Ms. McDonald?
Hi, I'm an attorney working on Mr. Wilson's case, and Allison Molman, who's my colleague, will be speaking on his behalf.
Okay, well, look, yours, I thought it was another, so you actually are attorney frame. We're gonna go to Ms. Tracy next to let her make her statement. I apologize. Okay, Ms. Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Kelsey. Members of the board, I just can't get over the degree of violence involved with this rape. As all of you know, this was not a date rape. These people did not know one another. It was a home invasion. And we see a lot of people who abuse drugs and alcohol and do things under the influence of those substances. But I just can't help, as the question was asked by Mr. Jones, where did all this anger come from? This is a woman that he did not know. And so the fact that, he says this all happened because he was under the influence of alcohol and drugs. I don't know what these programs in the Department of Corrections have addressed concerning what's going on with this man psychologically. The victim in this case, as you know, has forgiven him, and she's obviously a very Christian woman to be able to do that, yet she still to this day deals with physical repercussions from the extent of this attack. You know, it was beyond a rape. And yes, as I believe Ms. McDonald or one of the attorneys wrote in her letter to the board, he entered the home unarmed, but then he armed himself with a telephone and beat her to this extent. And so as an assistant district attorney, I do respect the board and your decision, and I know it's difficult, but we just cannot agree to his release on parole due to the underlying nature of the offense. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Council, would you like for Mr. Wilson to make his statement and then you guys wrap up at the end, or would you like?
That sounds great, Mr. Kelsey. If Mr. Wilson can speak, and then I'll wrap up.
Mr. Wilson, go ahead and make your statement.
As I listen to the district attorney meeting today, I'm not that person that was back then. I'm more mature, I'm more aware of what I do now. I know I make mistakes, but through, I'm going through an extensive program that I know that if I slip up there, I'm out of there. And right now, I hope the board take that under consideration, because this is my last. This is it for me. I can't go nowhere but down if I can't stay up. And I appreciate y'all taking y'all time out today to come here. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Ms. McDonald or Ms. Mullen, whichever one of you guys would like to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Kelsey. My name is Allison Molman, and I'm a staff attorney with the Equal Justice Initiative. Our office has represented Mr. Wilson for the last 10 years, and I've had the privilege of personally representing him for the last 5 years. We were last before the board in 2017, and Mr. Kelsey, at that time, you voted to grant Mr. Wilson's parole out of recognition for the rehabilitation he had made. The other two board members gave Mr. Wilson 2 pieces of advice. They told him, we need to see more time between your last disciplinary, and that we need to see you complete more rehabilitative programming. Part of the reason why there was recognition of Mr. Wilson's rehabilitation, in my opinion, is that we see he has a low Larna score. Although he does have disciplinaries, he's never had a single violent disciplinary in his record. So the offense is the only violent incident, and that was 40 years ago. I also just want to touch on Mr. Wilson doesn't like to make excuses for his behavior, and so he didn't provide context for the relapse that occurred in 2016. But Mr. Wilson's sister had a serious stroke. He was distraught. She was the closest person in his life, and he made a terrible mistake and used drugs. Since that time, he's been completely sober. He'd been sober for over a decade before that relapse, and so he's rededicated himself to his sobriety. After the last hearing, I usually deal with clients who are extremely disappointed that Mr. Wilson looked me in the eye and he said, they were right, there's more I can do. He said he was going to tape the denial paperwork into his box because he wanted to take everything that the board said seriously and dedicate himself to the faith that you all had shown in him. And so a year later, I got this pack of certificates in the mail from Mr. Wilson. He kept sending me certificates. All the certificates in his program, he's been doing this hard work since 1990s. But what we've seen in the last 4 years is a complete dedication to his sobriety, to his rehabilitation. And we've put together a comprehensive release plan that will make sure that Mr. Wilson stays sober and stays safe. We have a relationship with One Touch Ministry. We've sent several of our clients to One Touch Ministry in the past. They've all done great in that program. We're happy to have Mr. Wilson participate in that program for as long as the board deems appropriate. He would like to continue AA and NA, and he'll also continue to have the support of EJI's PrEP program. We have a social worker on staff who developed a program specifically geared to target the needs of adults who entered prison as children. And so through the PrEP program and through One Touch Ministry and the support of his family, Mr. Wilson will have everything that he needs to make sure that he makes the transition from a productive inmate to a productive citizen. When the United States Supreme Court decided Graham, they recognized that children are involved in terrible crimes. There's nothing that I can say or that Mr. Wilson is going to say that's going to take away the harm that his previous actions have caused. But what we see through his record is that he has demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation, which is precisely what the Supreme Court said was important in Graham, Miller, and Montgomery. And for these reasons, we respectfully ask that the board grant him parole. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yep.
All right. Is the audience prepared to vote? Let's get it. Putting the vote and putting the poll in the chat, starting the timer. Let's go. Will the judges grant parole in this case? At first I said no. At first I was like, nah. I said 40 years. Actually, at first I thought they might have granted it. Then I heard what he did. When the DA described the crime, and I was like, they're not gonna let him go. Not after I heard he used the telephone. It's a home invasion. Like, you know, when you just hear the charges, sometimes you really don't understand how much details, but that's why he got a life sentence. When you consider the details in the crime, like, now it makes sense why he got a life sentence. So he's been in jail for 40 years now. So that's a long time. So when I heard the crime, I was like, nah, they probably might not even consider it. But when his lawyer spoke, his lawyer said one of these judges in his past parole hearings granted him parole. So I'm pretty confident that the person that granted him parole prior, the one that voted to grant him prior, I think they're going to vote that again. That same person is going to vote that again. And the fact that he hasn't gotten any write-ups since the time, you know, these are the things that they consider. And I think that they might grant him parole. I think they might grant him parole in this case. He's done 40 years. However, I think one of the main stipulations that they will have is he needs to enter a rehabilitation or drug program, because it's only been, you've been in jail for 36 years, and well, for 40 years, and in your 36th year, you over there using some kind of drug. Yeah, so clearly you got a drug problem still. Clearly. And on the outside, there's so much things to tempt you to use it again. So you're definitely going to need the AA meetings and all that stuff, the treatment. He definitely going to need that. And I think they're going to have to be real strict with him on it, make random screenings and stuff to keep him in line. But other than that, I think they'll let him go with those type of stipulations based on what I heard his lawyer said. You know, if I didn't get the information from that his lawyer had, then I probably would have felt a little differently. But now that I know that they were willing to grant him before, but they gave him stipulations, then yeah. All right, the time is up. Time is up. I'm ending the poll. Ending the poll. So, will the judges grant parole in this case? We got 16 votes. 87% says yes, and 12% says no. So, majority of people overwhelmingly think it's going to be yes. So, judges, let's see what the judges say.
Mr. Marabella?
Yes, I think we all are.
All right, Mr. Marabella?
Mr. Wilson, I have reviewed your record, and I've reviewed the report, and I've seen all of the things that you've done. There's no question that you have performed extremely well while you've been in prison. You're not the same person you were back then. That's a good thing. That's the purpose of your incarceration. It's the purpose of your rehabilitation. In spite of all of the classes that you've done and all of the things that you have completed, 36 years after you've been imprisoned for this horrendous crime, You go back to using drugs as a way of dealing with adversity. I understand the explanation from your lawyers. You had a tragedy in your family, so you reverted back to drugs. Drugs is what, according to you, part of the reason you committed this horrible crime and you're in here now. I'm just not comfortable. After 36 years of imprisonment, 36 years of taking classes that have bettered you, even though it was 4 years ago, you reverted back to doing drugs to deal with your adversity. I'm just not comfortable in voting to parole you, so it would be my vote to deny your parole.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Wilson, I certainly agree with Ms. Barbera, and that was reflected in the questions that I asked about the violent thing you did. And I accept your explanation that you blacked out, and that makes it more difficult to know what in the world was going through your mind at the time. That was, however, 4 decades ago. And you have done an awful lot to rehabilitate yourself. You obviously are far more mature, and those are the 2 keys that the United States Supreme Court told us that we need to look at. Demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation. And I think you show both those things. I wish you had not made the mistake you did 4 years ago, but that was 4 years ago, and you have shown the resolve to change. My vote would be to grant your parole. I would want you to go to 3 AA meetings every week. I want you to undergo random drug and alcohol screens. Curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. 4 hours of community service every month. That's my vote.
All right, you have 1 vote to deny your parole, 1 vote to grant your parole. Again, I've listened to everything I needed to hear and reviewed the case. I think that, there's, again, just like Mr. Carolina said, this is tough. This is a tough situation for all of us. It really is. We're always trying to do the best. We're trying to make the best decisions. It's difficult. But I would vote to grant your parole today because of the family support, because of the work you've done, because of, all the things that, your support system. But unfortunately, you have 2 votes to grant and 1 to deny. Your parole has been denied today. Thank you.
Wow. So, no golden ticket for you, sir. His parole has been denied.
Miss Tracy?
Even with the 2 votes to grant him, the 1 vote that denied him made him completely denied. So basically, in these type of violent crimes, the votes have to be unanimous. If you get 1 no, you automatically out of the running. So if your crime is a little less violent, then right. So the majority rule does not apply with these type of crimes. Majority vote does not apply with these type of crimes. So, there's a lot. Listen, the more we watch these cases, the more we learn how these things operate. There's stipulations, and every case might not be dealt with the same depending on the crime. And there's so much variables that has to be taken into place that you have to be familiar with the law in order to completely understand why they make the decisions that they make. And it's a humbling experience when you thought you was right and then you realize you were wrong because you didn't know how it actually worked, and then you learn how it worked, and hey, at least now you know how it works, so you don't got to be wrong about it anymore. You know how this goes. Yeah, Marabella definitely knew that. He said no matter what the rest of them say, my deny is gonna deny you and get you up out of here. All right, we got another one. We got another one. I want to thank everybody for that's out rocking with me, voting, interacting. The interactions are very important to this live stream, so it is very much appreciated. Now, if you want to support this channel, you can send a super chat, you can join a membership, you can send a donation through PayPal or Cash App at Wabbit Crime Network. Also, Nightbot is putting links in the chat. And don't forget to join the Discord. Join the Wabbit Crime Network Discord for crime content, updates on cases, true crime cases. And if you're a member on this page, you will have access to the members only rooms where we stream live trials, multiple trials. And we're going to have tomorrow, we're going to be streaming the YSL trial live in the Discord. You can come in the Discord and join other members and interact with them, or just watch it by yourself. The option is there. We're going to have multiple trials, and there's a lot of different content in the Discord. So join the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. It's growing. Now, we are at a parole board hearing. Inmate is up for parole. He will be interviewed, and then the judges will vote on whether or not they will grant or deny parole. Before the judges vote, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat for 3 minutes and give the audience the opportunity to vote whether or not they think the judges will grant parole in this case. Then I will end the poll and read the results. Then I will play the judges' results and see if the audience and the judges was in line. Until then, I will be in the chat, congregating with everyone, and I'll be back when the judges are ready to vote. So we are on to our next case.
I know, me too.
All right. I think we're here. Getting everybody up.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kelsey, this is a case for Taurus Ross, DOC number 227882. We have 3 here who are participating. One person is Tracy Barbera. She's from the 19th JDC and she's the ADA. We have Keith Nordyke, who's the attorney for this case. And then we also have Ms. Tawanda Harris. She's the sister and she'll be speaking on behalf of Taurus.
All right, great. At the appropriate time, everybody will have their opportunity to speak. Good to see you guys. All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Taurus Ross, 227882.
All right, Taurus, my name is Brennan Kelsey. Also with me is Mr. Keith Jones, Mr. Anthony Marabella. We'll be on your parole board today. Explain the process to you, read some information to the record, have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. At the appropriate time, we'll allow victims opposed and for making a statement as well. You understand the process?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, Taurus Ross, DOC number 227882, third class offender, aggravated battering, theft, unauthorized entry, inhabited dwelling, possession of firearm or carrying concealed weapon by persons convicted of certain felonies, habitual armed robbery, attempted armed robbery. Sentencing date 11/9/1990, 1/6/1992, 1/24/1992, 9/8/1997. You have 7 years, 2 years, 5 years, life, 45 years, 15 years. Parole date is 6/28/2016. You're not eligible for good time and your full term is life. Does that sound correct?
Well, actually, sir, I don't have a life sentence anymore. I recently in February,
It was amended to 66 years by Judge Anderson.
That's correct. Amended to 66 years. All right. For the record, amended to 66 years. All right. Please answer Mr. Jones's questions. Or Mr. Marabella, whichever one's up. Mr. Marabella.
I think it was my case. I'll take it.
Mr. Marabella.
That's all right. Mr. Ross, my name is Tony Marabella. How are you today?
I'm blessed, sir.
I've
Yourself?
got a few questions that I'd like to ask you. You've been incarcerated now for how long?
24 years.
And tell me about the programs that you have participated in while you've been in prison.
Well, I've participated in anger management, substance abuse, making peace with your past. I was in victim awareness prior to the coronavirus taking effect. I've taken substance abuse. I've taken AA. I've taken inside outside dad, thinking for a change, transaction analysis.
Let's talk a little bit about your drug use. How old were you when you first started using drugs?
I have to say I used my first drug at the age of maybe 12, 13 years old, sir.
What kind of drugs have you used in the past?
I've used marijuana. I've used cocaine. I've taken X pills.
You have a pretty substantial history. I note that you've been arrested 16 times.
Yes,
10
sir.
of those times included violent arrests. You were convicted 6 times. 4 of those involved violence. How many of those offenses involved drugs or alcohol?
Well, I was pretty much on drugs doing each and every last one of those offenses that I committed, sir.
So tell me why today you're different. And if we agreed to parole you, you would be in a position to go out in society and be able to quit using drugs. Tell me about that.
Well, as far as using drugs, I haven't used drugs in the last 10 years, but reason why I know I can be different because I'm no longer the same person I used to be. I no longer think or act the way I used to act. Through the programs that I've taken, I learned to become a better person, learned to become responsible for my actions, and simply don't want to do things that I used to do anymore.
Okay. I understand that you feel like you're a more responsible person and you're a different person, but tell me what tools you have when you get out of prison. If things go bad, something isn't working properly for you, what are you going to be able to fall back on and say, okay, look, I need to do this instead of using drugs or drinking alcohol?
Yeah. Well, one of the most effective classes I've taken was Thinking for a Change. And Thinking for a Change is teaches you to recognize the situation. When you see yourself about to fall into a problem, when you see something there, you recognize and you identify it, and you ask yourself, is it worth it? Is it worth going do this here? Is it worth getting drunk? Is it worth using those drugs? Is it worth going hang out with that person or this person, knowing that they go and do the wrong things? And you take a few seconds to think about it, and you try to alleviate yourself and keep yourself from around those situations, those triggers. Also, making peace with your past. Making peace with your past was a very, very helpful course to me. I was able to identify with some of the problems that I was dealing with. I was able to see a lot of things that I had locked up inside me that happened to me when I was young. And I was able to identify with them, not allow them to hold me back and not allow them to constantly make me make the mistakes that I have, because I was able to identify as long as I had those problems.
When you were telling me a little bit about the classes you took and some of the things you did, one of the things you said, I took AA.
Yes,
Tell
sir.
me what that means, you took AA.
I attended AA class, and from the AA classes I was taking, I was able to gather information that that'll help me for applying the steps.
How long did you go to AA meetings?
Well, I was still going up to AA meetings, right now before the coronavirus took place and shut things down. I went
How
to
long
AA
had you been? How long have you been doing that?
I've been going to AA meetings I got certificates when I was going in 98, certificates as of the last couple of years I was going prior to this year. I mean, AA the door is always open to attend AA class. And I always find myself trying to go up into a class from time to time. I may not go every week or every
And that's
day.
important to you. Tell me why AA is important to you.
Because I'm able to, identify my problem, and I'm able to work the steps and allow the steps to work me. I know that, I can't do it by myself. I know I had to let it go, let God. And I know my life was unmanageable and I couldn't control it.
Let me ask you a question. You don't have a very good history of supervision. You were on probation, I think. You were on parole. You were revoked both times. Tell me why today would be different if we were to grant you a parole. What about you today is going to give me some comfort in saying, look, if I grant Mr. Ross a parole, even though he's got a bad history, even though he's got all of these crimes that he's committed in the past and been arrested for, I feel comfortable saying he ain't going to do it anymore. How make me feel comfortable?
Okay. Well, prior to coming to prison and catching these new charges, I had a lot of anger that was built up inside of me. Things that past hurt memories that was deep down inside of me that I had locked up inside of me, and I didn't know how to deal with them. However, going to making peace with your past, I was able to deal with those problems. I was able to release that anger. I was able to unbottle all that was up inside of me and release that and talk about it and know that it wouldn't affect me like it used to affect me.
What kind of jobs have you had while you've been in prison?
I worked in the kitchen because I graduated from culinary arts. I got my degree there, so I went into the kitchen from there. I've been Dom Marley, I've been Till Walker. I've been in a print shop. I've been in metal fabrication.
Okay. Your last write-up was in 2017. What was that for?
That was for 21, sir.
What is that?
I was on the phone and I was masturbating, talking to my fiance on the phone, and security came down and they saw me on the phone masturbate.
Tell me a little bit about your transition plan. Where are you going to be living? Who are you going to be staying with? What sort of a community do you have to back you up?
Well, first of all, I got my fiance there, Tanya Anderson. She's there at the on the screen right now. She buying a house out there on General Adams. Her and I, we've been together for like the last 7-8 years. She's been in my life. She's helped me a lot. She got a good job. She's very supportive of me. I also have my sister who's there, who's speaking today. She have a nice house where I can go live with her if things just don't work out with Tanya and I. Then I also have my mother.
And you told me you got a technical degree in culinary arts. You also got your GED, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
When did you get that?
I got my GED in my first incarceration in 1994. My culinary arts, it came here in Angola off of this prison sentence.
That's all questions. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jones. Got to put your mute off.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Jones.
This seems to be my question of the day. Tell me where all the violence came from.
My compulsive behavior. Coming up, I was told that I wouldn't be nothing. I was told that I'd be just like my father, which was nothing. I was told that that's all I do is use drugs. That's all I do is, be in and out of prison. And just so happened, that's what I end up being. Things happened in my past when I was young that, by me coming from a dysfunctional family, we didn't talk about it. Things that just happened, and we'll never talk about it. We'll never discuss it. And I just bottled it up all up inside of me, and I just take it out wherever something arouses me to take it out. However, through some of the courses I've been going through here, I've been able to, deal with some of that anger, deal with some of that hurt, deal with some of that fear. And, from that, it allowed me to become a better person that I am right now today. I no longer want to hurt people. I no longer want to take from people. I want to love. I want to treat them the way I like to be treated, with patience, with kindness.
You may have told us this and I missed it. What is your job at the prison now?
Right now, I'm a dorm officer.
Okay. Have you had any other jobs?
Yes, sir. I've had several jobs. I've worked in the kitchen. I've been a yard auditor. I worked in the print shop. I unloaded trucks. That's what I was doing in the kitchen. I was unloading the truck in the kitchen. I had quite a few jobs here in Angola.
Okay. Warden Benoit.
Sir.
We passed you over last hearing.
That's okay.
We don't see you. We forget about you. Sorry.
We're going to have another camera for the next hearing. We're going to be.
Oh, good. We're going to pass a new tax or something, be able to afford it?
Yeah, yes, we ordered one. It just hadn't made it in yet.
What can you tell us about Mr. Ross?
Well, in the last 10 years, he's only had 6 disciplinary write-ups. So his conduct is good. He does a good job as a dorm orderly down there where he's at. I was there a week or so ago in his dorm, and he does good work down there. No problems to us. 10 years, only 6 write-ups. The last write-up was 3 years ago, I believe. So he's doing well.
All right. Thank you, Warden.
Yes, sir.
So if you were released on parole, you'd want to get a job in the kitchen?
Yes, sir. That's what I really like to do. I really would like. That's my passion. I love to cook.
What's your best dish?
I can cook just about anything. I like to do beans. I like to do pasta. Jambalaya.
You may be the first inmate who cooks and didn't tell me gumbo.
Okay. Yeah.
Gumbo is the odds-on answer.
Yeah, gumbo is that's a little bit of everything. That's after everything been cooked. You just take everything else and just throw it in the pot and make everything is what it is.
That's right. I haven't had anything to eat today. That's making me hungry. That's all the questions I have. Brennan, we can't hear you.
See, I normally leave it open. I apologize. I said Mr. Marabella did a good job of covering everything as well, Mr. Jones. I still, you being down as long as you have, it is concerning to get to 21E. I know it's been 3 years ago, but that's, that is concerning to me. That's not something we want to see. Are you, and you have somewhere you said to go, or you have anywhere like a transition opportunity? And I don't know, maybe Mr. Nordyke could speak on that later. I just, are you going, would you be going anywhere to get some type of transition back into to the community?
Yes, I definitely looking forward to being able to contribute to my community. I've taken so much from it, growing up doing the things that I was doing.
Yeah, no, or would you be going to like a parole project or somewhere where they could kind of guide you and do the things they need to do instead of you just getting out and.
Mr. Kelsey, I can address that. I spoke with the Parole Project people about Taurus, and under almost any other circumstance, he would go there. We're out of bed space. Because of the number of juvenile lifers and 40-year lifers that have been released recently, and some of the female clients, we don't have another bed open, and probably won't for another 30 days. We've got some hearings coming up where beds are promised already.
Okay.
Otherwise, we would take him.
Okay.
If this hearing had happened in February when it was originally scheduled, we would have had a bed for him.
All right. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and speak with Ms. Harris.
Hello. My name is Tawanda Harris, and I am the sister of Taurus Ross. I would like to first take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude for allowing me to speak on behalf of my brother, as well as take into consideration of possibly allowing my brother a second chance. As you sit here today, I do not want you to feel paralyzed with the fear of making a mistake of allowing my brother to come home. Taurus has made a choice to rehabilitate himself and allowed himself to be rehabilitated because he wanted to change. He no longer wanted to be labeled as a menace to society. He no longer wanted to see the tears fall down my mother's eyes as she walks out the prison doors. He no longer wanted to decline his nephew for seeing him behind prison walls because he felt less than a man and ashamed that he was not the one to break the curse in our family. Taurus took advantage of opportunities as they presented themselves because he wanted to be a better man, not only for himself or for his family. He also, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm a little nervous here.
Okay.
But he took advantage of the opportunities as they presented himself because he wanted to be a better man, not only for himself, but for his family. In God's eyes and within his community that are struggling and desperate for men that has changed their lives for the better good. Taurus has taken his life as an inmate with a DOC number and attached his name, and secured a college degree in culinary arts attached to his name. The most important thing I want to point out about Taurus is that he made a choice. He is the first in our family out of 22 males that has obtained a college education. He has realized he has so much more to offer than he thought before he began this journey. Taurus used the same thing that broke him to bless him. When my brothers were sentenced to life in prison, we saw death. We saw this, we said, this is it, this is what God wanted, and this is where he wanted Taurus to be. But as time went on, Taurus began to learn about himself. He said, God is not punishing me, he is trying to promote me. And I have to face my faults and my wrongs. That day arrived when Taurus looked at the man in the mirror and knew this is not the man he wanted to be. Taurus went from having regrets for actions to feeling remorseful for the victims. He began expressing sorrow and pain he caused by his selfish decisions, and instead of shying away from the conversation, he pushed his pride aside and wanted to talk about the pain and hurt he has caused. He realized you must have determination and perseverance to receive God's reward. Taurus started seeking into our heritage, which is religion and faith. He faced his demons and asked and prayed for continuously of change. I believe his prayers has been answered. He knows his actions are irreparable. The moment he told me he did not like the man he was and he was so misunderstood, I knew then Taurus was ready for a change. I firmly believe that Taurus' testimony needs to be heard to our youth that is struggling and misguiding, walking down the same dark paths as he did. I believe he is capable and ready to share his struggles, disappointments, and victories to our young men. He needs to let them know why it is important to love yourself and strive for greatness, and the negative things that they encounter that seems like it's all good can be only temporary happiness with a mask of sorrow that you can wear for the rest of your life. I ask today that you allow Taurus to save at least one child at a time while he continues to save himself. I'm not advocating for my brother, not only advocating for my brother's freedom, but I'm advocating for another positive male figure in our community that is much needed. Taurus has often said two things I carry with me day to day. And I quote, "The more you are grateful for what you have, the more you have to be grateful for." And I'm grateful my brother has made choices. He also said that in between the want and the wait is the work. He is working. So I ask, do not look at the person that committed the crime, but look at the man he has become today and sits before you today. Allow him to be provided with his dignity and allow him to achieve his potential as contribute to his community. He says he has accomplished so much as a prisoner. I can only imagine what he will accomplish as Terrence Ross as a citizen. I appreciate and I thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that. All right. All right, Mr. Ross, we're going to allow you to make a statement, then Mr. Nordyke, you can wrap up at the end.
I think Tracy needs to.
Oh, Tracy. I mean, that's twice, Tracy. I'm telling you, that's bad.
See, I'm looking out for you, Tracy.
I know, Tracy. I listen. It's the screen. It's where you're placed. You're here. Now you're down here. I apologize. I try.
Too late, Mr. Kelsey.
No, it's never too late.
You've already insulted the woman. Just stop.
My comments are very brief. Thank you. You know, it is very alarming that Mr. Ross has blamed his prior life of violence on the compulsive behavior, and now it is still continues in prison. I was the trial attorney in this case. I am very familiar with what Mr. Ross and Lester did in the bank that day. I have had contact with the victims over the years. One in particular, I speak to periodically, and I know I'm addressing the board, but I want Mr. Ross to hear me loud and clear that the trauma and the fear that woman experienced that day at the bank, she lives with on a daily basis. And victims do not just move on in life. The trauma they experience lives on in them and those that know and love them. I'm still disturbed that after all these years, he still has a disciplinary infraction, even though it was 3 years ago. It alarms us. So we remain opposed to his request and we respect the board's decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ross, now you can make a statement, then we'll let Mr. Nordyke finish. Does that sound good? Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Yes, sir. As I've stated earlier, victim awareness was one of the promising courses that I was able to participate in. Victim awareness and making peace with your past. I can't take away from either one of those. Through both of those courses, I was able to reflect on myself. I was able to see myself for who I actually really was. I was able to see the pain and the hurt that I've caused so many people. Not only my family, not only myself, but the victims. I was able to read a letter that was written by one of the victims, and she talked about all the tragedy, all the hurt I put her through. And it hurted me deeply to know that I caused someone else so much pain. And it's something I never ever in life I vowed to never do. I never want anyone else to experience that much pain because of something I did. And that's something I know that Miss Donna and all the other people in the bank may be experiencing. Something happened to me when I was young, and I just buried it. Me coming from a dysfunctional family, we never addressed it. It was never talked about. It just happened, and that was that. And I just bottled that pain up inside of me. And I know the people in that bank, what I put them through, if they never were able to talk about it, they never were able to release that pain, that it would always be with them. And like I said, I never want them to have to experience that. I'm hoping that they'll be able to get over it. I understand. I want them to be able to forgive me, but if they can't forgive me, to at least be able to acknowledge the pain and hopefully be able to move on to where their life won't be traumatized. And I want them to know that it wasn't their fault, that everything took place, it was me. I take 100% responsibility for my action. I know what I did was wrong. I know I can't erase what I've done, but I want them to know that I'm extremely sorry, extremely remorseful for what I've done. And I just hope and pray that they be able to move on from that. Through my time incarceration, I've did a lot of things. You know, I wasn't a good prisoner. I was steady. My constant behavior had me running into different things here and there. I go 1 year, 2 years without a write-up, and here I go. I run into another wreck. I run into another problem. And it was because I didn't let go. I was always holding on to something. But, over the years, I've been able to let go. I've been able to move on. I've been able to put God in my life and allow him. I know I couldn't do it by myself. I know I had to allow God to do it, and I had to let go. For a long time, I held on to those problems. And I no longer hold on to them. And I'm asking that.
Go ahead.
I'm asking that this board will have mercy and some understanding of, what I went through and what I'm going through, and that I'm sorry for what I put my victims through. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank this board for allowing me this opportunity to be here.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Nordyke?
I'll keep it fairly brief. I have known Taurus now for probably 3 years, maybe a little more. And I can tell the board that what you see is what you get with him. The honesty that or the things he has expressed today are things that he has been expressing for the entire 3 years I've known him. So this is not a Johnny-come-lately routine for him. It is a genuine, heartfelt change. He is probably as well programmed as most of the folks you'll ever see here. He's had all the major courses that are necessary for success. He has probably understated the value of some of these courses to him, because he has told me more about AA being valuable to him than some of these others. But Cage Your Rage, 100 hours, Thinking for Change, T4C, and Living in Balance have all been major parts of his existence recently. Judge Anderson, when he resentenced Taurus, made the comment, and I wasn't in the courtroom, but I've read the newspaper article, that Judge Anderson had walked into the courtroom planning, I think, to resentence him to life, not to give him a break. But after hearing all of the evidence, and probably much of the same of what you've heard today, resentenced him to 66 years. So Judge Anderson saw the change in him as well. I want to address the 21E, and just I've been doing this a long time, and 35 years ago, and Warden Vinoy can probably tell you, there probably wouldn't have been a 21E written up, because there wouldn't have been a female in the dorm. That all changed, and now you have just a different environment. But the phone he was on was not a cell phone. That was the dorm phone. So there's a blessing here. It wasn't a cell phone, and he takes full responsibility for it. It's just, it happened. He's now 3 years past it. The question that wasn't asked, though, and maybe should have been, is after that 21E, what did he do? Did he just go lie in his bunk and moan and groan and cry, or did he do something? And he did something. He took other courses. He kept on taking courses to try to help redeem himself. He's taken almost every course available to him. He's very actively involved in religion. He's been down 24 years. I would ask that he be released on parole. And I would probably suggest, and I think it's coming if you grant, that AA be a condition of his parole. Taurus and I have talked about that, and he knows, not only knows, he said he was going to do it anyway. So might as well make it a condition. I would ask for parole under any other terms and conditions this board might want to impose.
Make a motion, we go into executive session.
All right, we've got a motion for executive session.
Second.
Second, roll call, please.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Marabello?
Yes.
Mr. Kelsey?
Yes.
I forgot to mention one thing. He does have a low Lorna and a low Tiger. So he is in a very low risk category.
All right, we'll be back after discussing confidential information.
Confidential information about to be discussed. Y'all know how that goes. Well, right before they vote. Let me get to that. Interesting. All right, they're coming back.
All right. I think we're back, maybe. Yes, yes. We're back in session. All right. Is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
All right. Is the audience prepared to vote? Let me get the timer ready. Timer, where are you? All right. And the poll is in the chat. Will the judges grant parole in this case? As you can see, they just had a executive meeting. I say yes. I think they're going to grant. He did a lot. One judge already reduced his sentence. He did a lot of programs. It don't seem like they're gonna hit him too hard. Seem like they'll probably give him some strict parole. He has support. Yeah, it doesn't sound like they're making the worst of it. So to me, it seems like they might grant him parole under some strict supervision. As the guy said, a judge already reduced his sentence, so probably because, he wanted to give him a chance. So y'all get y'all votes in. Got 1 minute and 40 seconds left to vote. And don't forget to join the Wappy Crime Network Discord, where you can watch live streams of court cases if you're a member on this channel. However, the Discord itself is free to join. We have other content there for people that are not members on the channel. There's a lot of other content you could check out. But if you want to check out the live trials, the live stream of the trials in real time, you can join a membership on this page, and you'll automatically have access to that in the Discord. In the Discord, ladies and gentlemen, the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. We got 50 seconds left to vote. The judges went to executive meeting. So I'm thinking that they probably was going to revoke him at first, or they probably was not going to grant him parole at first. And after the interview and all the other things that were said, I'm thinking the judges might have changed their mind. And that's why they had the interview, the meeting. That's what I think happened. That's what I think happened. So we'll see how it goes. We got 5 seconds. And okay, time to end the poll. All right. Now we got 16 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 62% said yes, and 37% said no. So the majority thinks that he will get parole. But as we know, it can go either way. But I'm pretty confident. Let's see what the judges say. Judges?
All right, Mr. Marbella.
Mr. Ross, I was the one primarily responsible for evaluating the case and asking you your questions first. I will say this is a very difficult case, extremely difficult for me. These offenses are very, very serious. Your criminal history is not good. Your history of supervision is poor at best. You had a disciplinary write-up approximately 3 years ago. You've been in prison for 24 years. You have taken many good programs. You're supported by prison personnel. You have good references by your supervisors. You appear to have a very good transition plan, supported by your fiance and your family. You've got a fairly good criminal history record, other than the 3 years ago with the infraction that you discussed with me. As Mr. Nordyke pointed out, you do have both a low Lorner and a low Tiger. After considering all of those things and hearing the opposition of the district attorney in this matter, I'm going to vote to grant your parole with the following special conditions of probation of parole: that you get a substance abuse evaluation and follow treatment. I was very impressed and pleased with your answer about your AA meetings and what you've done with reference to your substance abuse. I'm going to require that you continue to do 3 AA meetings per week, that you meet with your parole supervisor weekly for the first 90 days, that you be on a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. with the following exceptions: for work, conditions of your parole supervision, or for going to church. You are to maintain or gainful employment. I want you to do 4 hours of community service work per month. And I want you to have no contact whatsoever with any of the victims in this case. No calls, no apologies, no nothing. We're clear on that?
Yes, sir.
That would
Yes,
be
sir.
my vote.
Mr. Jones? Got to unmute.
Thank you. I'll learn eventually. Either that or we'll start meeting the way we should meet. One of the two will happen. Mr. Ross, I agree with Mr. Marabella. You actually gained a lot of ground with me. You're just the first inmate I've heard from in a good while who talked about working the steps. And that's the key to living a clean, sober, honest life, is trying to work the steps. Nobody does it perfectly, you know that.
Yes, sir.
But Ms. Barbera is right. I abhor violence. It's always, almost always, a bully, someone who's empowered either with a weapon or physically, who takes advantage of someone who is unarmed or is weaker, to impose their will on. When you were sentenced, I would not have objected to your sentence, given what you've done. But you worked hard, and you've shown me a lot. So, with the very conditions that Mr. Marabella set out, I would vote to grant your parole.
Thank you, sir.
But you have 2 votes to grant your parole today. Again, it's nothing that Mr. Marabella hadn't said, Mr. Jones hadn't said. This is a difficult process here. You know, your past poor supervision is concerning to me. The fact that your past criminal history is concerning to me, and your past write-up, I'll be honest with you, that is concerning to me. I know I don't think you've come up for parole before. I'd like to see you be more in a transition if you were released. But, you know, unfortunately today I'm going to have to deny you parole because of the strong victim opposition, DA opposition. You know, I would like to see you, you know, get your write-ups together. I mean, that's a significant write-up in the facility. But today you had 2 votes to grant and 1 to deny. Your parole's been denied. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
All right.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. These violent crimes, all you need is one person to deny, and no matter how much granted you get, you are gone. It's over. We are learning how these processes work. I think the moral of the story is stay away from doing crime. Try to be an upstanding citizen and try to follow the law as much as possible, because this stuff here, no. All right, we're on our last one. All right, give yourself a round of applause, everyone. You guys rocked out. We on our last case. We are on our last one. So, you guys did great. We got some surprises. We had some interesting cases, which I will be releasing as premieres either tonight or tomorrow, probably today. So if you've seen it already, probably don't have to watch it again unless you want to get a good understanding of it all over again. But I'm going to be releasing some of these cases today or tomorrow as premieres, as well as some fresh new ones that you haven't seen before. So we have a new case, our final one for the day. And don't forget to join the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. We will be streaming live court trials, starting with the YSL trial and a few other trials tomorrow. For members of this channel will have exclusive access to those rooms. But the Discord itself is free to join, and we have other content for people who are not members on the page. So don't worry about it. We got everything for everybody. If you want to support this page, you can join a membership. You can send a super chat. You can send a donation through PayPal or Cash App at Wabbit Crime Network. Nightbot is also putting links in the chats for everything. Don't forget the Wabbit Crime Cam channel. I have a Wabbit Crime Cam channel, where you can see all kinds of surveillance videos, from body cams to helicopter cams to police surveillance videos. It's a new channel, so it's growing. I'm gonna be adding content to there steadily, so look out for that. Right now, we are at a parole board hearing. Inmate is up for parole, and he's gonna get interviewed, and the judges will vote and decide whether or not they will grant parole. Before the judges make their decision, I will pause the video and put a poll in the chat and give the audience an opportunity to vote on whether or not they think the judges will grant parole or deny parole. The poll will be in the chat for 3 minutes. After the 3 minutes is over, I will end the poll, read the results of the audience, and then I will play the results of the judges, and we will see if the audience and the judges were in line. I will be in the chat until then. I'll be back when the judges are ready to vote. This is our last case. Thank you, everyone, for the participation. We are on our last one for the day.
All right, I think we're here.
Hey, Mr. Kelsey, this is the case for Damian Riley, DOC number 370710. Present today for this hearing, we have from LSU Law Clinic representing the offender, we have Ms. Chelsea Moudry, also Professor Bob Lancaster. We have Danny Jones, who is the brother of the offender, and he would like to speak on his behalf today.
All right, I think we're here.
We also have Carrie Myers from the
This is the
Project.
Damian Riley, DOC number 370710.
Mr. Lancaster, can you turn off the YouTube?
LSU Law Clinic representing the
Can you mute? We're hearing some, yeah.
Thank you. And let us not forget Tracy Barbera this time from the ADA.
I'm not forgetting that.
Just picking on you. Tracy with the 19th JDC here in opposition today. And that's it.
All right, great. Please state your name and DOC number for the record.
Damian Riley, 370710.
All right, Damian, my name's Brennan Kelsey. On the board is Mr. Tony Marabella, Mr. Keith Jones. We'll be your panel today. I'll explain the process to you. We'll read some information into the record, have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. We'll allow people on both sides to speak at the appropriate time. Do you understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Damian Riley, DOC number 370710. Your first class offender, second degree murder. You were sentenced on 7/3/1996 and vacated then on 1/22/2018. Parole date 11/10/2020. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you answer Mr. Jones's questions, please?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Riley.
Good afternoon, sir.
So this is your first offense,
Yes, sir.
murder. Tell me how in the world you got there.
By not listening to my parents and being disobedient to them when they was trying to lead me down the right path, and I just wanted
Well,
to do things.
I don't think your parents said don't kill anybody, did they?
No, sir.
Specifically. So drugs or alcohol involved?
No, sir.
Tell me how you came to commit this murder.
Well, I was going to a friend's house, and then he wasn't home, so I was walking home, and I come across to the store, and I went in the store, and I made the worst decision I ever made in my life. It was just something I did off of impulse without thinking about the consequences or how it would affect the people in the community or how it would affect Mr. Michael Cleveland's family.
My impression from reading the report was that the gun you were carrying hit against the glass case and made noise, and that either panicked you or made you react somehow. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
So you made the noise and you thought, what? I'm found out. I'm gonna get in trouble.
No, when I heard the noise, I just grabbed the gun and I turned my head and I pulled the trigger.
You had one bullet.
Yes, sir.
So, how old were you?
Excuse me?
How old were you?
I was 15.
15 years old. How long before you got your GED?
Well, I came in Angola in 96 and I got my GED in 2000.
All right, good. Tell me what you've done besides get your GED.
Well, I've completed Thinking for a Change, Victim Awareness. I'm currently enrolled in MRT and Malachi Dad, but those classes are on hold because of the corona pandemic. I've been a trustee in numerous times and I've lost it numerous times because of write-ups that I've gotten.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's talk about your last one, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what happened.
In July 2018, I was wrote up for an unprofessional relationship with a female officer. She and I was communicating through JPEG, and I knew it was wrong, and I'm sorry for doing it, and I take responsibility for doing it. I just allowed myself to minimize the situation, even though I knew it was wrong. By telling myself, you're really not doing nothing bad. It's not like, you're doing this or that. But in actuality, I was doing something wrong. I was breaking the rules of the prison. And I take full responsibility for it.
Did you know when you used the JPEG email that the administration would have that as evidence forever?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you realize that then and still did it?
No, not really. I never really given the thought to it, but afterwards, yes, sir.
Yeah, nobody thinks about getting caught.
Right.
Have you had any sort of vocational training?
Yes, sir. I finished telecommunications
And is that wiring, running cables, all that, or is it more
Yes,
than
sir.
that?
Wiring cables like with computer and security cameras, telephones, things like that.
Okay. What else?
As far as vocational,
Yeah.
that's the only trade that I have.
Okay. You have any hope that you can get a job doing that if you get released on parole?
Yes, sir. I would like to do that, but the job, if I'm granted parole, the job that I would prefer was doing healthcare or helping people,
Okay. Why?
because that's the current job that I have now, and that's something I really enjoy doing.
What's your job?
The healthcare order.
Okay. What's the difference between that and a nurse's aide?
Basically it's the same, just different titles, but basically it's the same.
Okay. We had another inmate today who's a
That's the
nurse's
current
aide.
job that I have now.
So tell me what your job entails.
Well, I help guys get in and out of bed, feed them, bathe them. You know, sometimes I just sit down and talk to them and just make them laugh and stuff like that. Anything they need assistance with, you know, stuff like that. And it's very beneficial. It's very fulfilling to me just doing it.
It does sound like the same job.
It is.
When we talked before. And tell me what's fulfilling about it.
Fulfilling by just to help them and see them smile and talk to them and get them out of that state of depression and loneliness. That's all someone really wants, just somebody to talk to them and just listen to what they got to say.
And you know that in healthcare, unless you become a doctor or a physical therapist, you'll never get rich.
Well, I'm not worried about getting rich. I'm not worried about getting rich. It's just doing the work, just being able to help them guys. That's what I really enjoy. Even though I haven't been there that long, I've only been in healthcare like 15 months, but I really enjoy doing it.
I think that's long enough to decide whether you get anything out of it or not.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, from the people on the screen, you have plans with the Parole Project.
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that. Tell me why that is of any benefit, or why we should concern ourselves with that you're doing that.
But going to the Parole Project?
Yeah.
Because Parole Project, you know, they really help you. They'll be there for you to support you, to reintegrate you back into society. To make sure you stay on the right path, you know.
Mm-hmm. See, I know what we think about it. I wanted to know what you think about it.
That's what I think they would be there to, you know, to help me and to mentor to me and to show me how to reintegrate back into society and just, you know, do things right in life.
What do you do for recreation?
Recreation, sometimes I play basketball, Monopoly, Scrabble, chess.
Okay. You do any arts or crafts or anything like that?
No, I used to, but I don't mess with it anymore.
What did you do?
I used to make like the small chests and rocking chairs,
okay,
stuff like that.
I think that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Riley?
Yes, sir.
You indicated to Mr. Jones that you hadn't used drugs or alcohol. Is that right?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry?
I don't understand the question, sir.
You indicated to Mr. Jones, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicated to Mr. Jones that drugs and alcohol wasn't an issue with you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you. You got kicked out of school when you were in the 9th grade for having marijuana on you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
I had marijuana that day, and I smoked it, and I got caught with it. but it wasn't something that I used on a regular. It's like every now and then I smoke marijuana. But it's
Well, how often would you smoke marijuana back then?
probably once a week, if that, sir.
And how old were you in the 9th grade?
I was 15.
And when did you commit this crime?
And I was 15.
And you were smoking marijuana a couple of times a week or once a week or so?
Yeah, if that, not that much. Leading up to the crime, before I committed the crime, I wasn't doing drugs. Like,
okay. Let me ask you, you got this write-up in 2018, is that right?
yes, sir.
When did you start your MRT training?
I started MRT in 2019.
After this incident?
Yes,
Tell
sir.
me a little bit about MRT. What have you learned from MRT? What sort of techniques, what sort of things have you learned from MRT?
MRT has made me aware of the harm that I inflicted on myself and others. It helped me understand that, the decisions I make in life not only affect me, it affect my family, other people, the community. It made me aware of the risk factors that I face in life that I had no knowledge of. Like when I got that write-up and I was minimizing my actions, that's a risk factor that I was facing, but I wasn't able to identify with it because I didn't have no knowledge of it.
Since you've been in prison, have you taken any substance abuse classes or any kind of treatment or anything else like that?
Yes, sir.
What have you taken?
Living in balance.
Anything else?
I took AA when I first come here.
Okay. Any of your write-ups involve mojo, synthetic marijuana, anything like that?
No, sir.
I think that's all the questions I have.
Can't hear you, Brennan.
Sorry. Mr. Danny Jones, we'll go to you now. Thank you. Getting late in the day.
I'm sorry, to me? I'll tell you what, there is something I'd like to.
Danny Jones, I was going to go to, that's fine if you want to make a statement, Mr. Jones. Danny Jones, brother.
I have just one thing, Warden Benoit.
Right.
Warden?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Good job.
What can you tell us about Mr. Riley?
Well, he's from what I know about him, he's a pretty quiet guy. He explained to y'all his most serious violation that he's had, I think, with the employee. He had worked his way to a Class A trustee at Camp F, and that cost him, but he's working his way back. He's a quiet guy. You don't hear much out of him. Real quiet demeanor.
All right, thank you, Warden. Okay, I'm done.
Now I think we'll go to Mr. Danny Jones. Can you hear me, Mr. Jones? Danny?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
I wanted to start off by thanking the board for taking time to hear us and hear my brother's plea for parole. I am 27 years old, and Damian has been away from us since I was 1, which means the only person I've ever gotten to know is the Damian behind bars. I hear about his crime and the way he was before, and I don't know that person. The only Damian I know is, as the warden said, a quiet man, sincere, kind. He's also a mentor to me. I haven't been in any trouble. because I've seen what your actions can do firsthand. He's always told me to stay in school. I'm working on my second associate's degree at Baton Rouge Community College with him as my inspiration. And I just wanted you guys to know that he's a great person. And if rehabilitation is the true goal of the Louisiana justice system, I think y'all have done a great job, and it's a success. So let's take that into consideration, please.
Thank you. Mr. Kerry Myers, you'd like to make a statement?
Thank you. I hope my audio is better than last time. Damian was 15 and did an impulsive thing that was very costly to his victim, to him, to his family. This is sometimes with 15-year-olds. It's not an excuse. This is not the 15-year-old sitting here. The reason why, Damian got his GED in 2000. Damian has taken the programming that he needs. 100 hours. He's substance abuse, anger management, thinking for a change. He's been in MRT since that last write-up. Victim awareness. He was also a member of Malachi Dads until COVID shut it down. Damian has certainly matured. His work as a healthcare orderly speaks volumes to his character. It's not a job that I could do. I can tell you that. And I also want to say this. I want to clarify something. We have space for Damian at we prioritize juvenile lifers, 40-year lifers in our program, and so we absolutely have space for Damian. And in our program, we will help him transition. We'll provide him an opportunity for work, driver's license, learn how to do banking, stress management, social norms. We'll do the things that he needs to do from being a 15-year-old who was incarcerated to someone now coming out 25 years later into a different world. Damian does have our full and complete support. After Parole Project, you can see Damian's family. He will reside in Baton Rouge with his family. We'll have him in our program as long as he needs to be. But you can see the strong family support that he has. And I would ask this board.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Tracy?
Thank you. Members of the board, I'm not going to misrepresent my feelings about this case. It is personal to me. I was on Highland Road back in 1994, and I saw Michael Kleban's body and stood by that pool of blood, and I tried this case. I participated in the Montgomery hearing before Judge Anderson. I have been in communication with Michael's only surviving family member, his sister, as well. He has niece and nephews. I received notes from his mother, Ms. Marilyn, after the trial. I was there when the jury returned its verdict and sent out the note to Judge Calloway asking that he be given any consideration the law allows. I have to keep saying the name Michael. This was not just a murder. This was a robbery. And yes, Damian was very young at the time. I know he has good family support. Their testimony at the Montgomery hearing was very overwhelming. There is no doubt how much this family loves Damian. And there is no doubt how much Kathy and her children love Michael and think about him every day. Michael was 41 years old when he was murdered, and that is the same age that Damian is right now. And I must be honest that the irony that he is being considered for release to get his life back at the very same age that Michael was when his life was taken from him is just extremely compelling to me. I know that the the consideration here is not just the underlying facts, and we have to look at his record in the Department of Corrections and the programs that he has completed. And I am very happy that he has taken advantage of so much. And I do know that Damian Riley is going to walk the streets at some point in the future. I accept that, and Michael's family accepts that. I just, quite frankly, don't think that he has served enough time for what he has done. The Montgomery decision obviously did not say automatic release, which is why we are here today, for you to take into consideration all of these factors. It was in January of 2018 that Judge Anderson granted Damian Riley parole eligibility. This latest infraction occurred 6 months after he received that benefit. And I think that is extremely telling, that even though there he was, he had that hope that he would be released, he still can't obey the rules while under the most extreme supervision of incarceration. I just don't, I think it's too soon. And I don't envy the position you three gentlemen are in. I'm asking that you please not grant him parole at this time. Make him serve some more time, make him get more time under his belt without any infraction whatsoever. Again, Michael was 41 when he was killed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Mr. Lancaster, Ms. Moodry, right? Did I say it wrong? Are you want to speak after? You want to close up when you get through and let him speak, or you want to speak now?
I would like to end, please, yes, with a closing statement.
Okay, right. All right.
Okay, well,
let's see. We'll let Mr. Riley make a statement.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, Mr. Riley.
I did that night on December 2nd, 1994. It could never be justified. What I did was wrong. I took the life of Mr. Michael Cleveland, an innocent man who didn't deserve to die. I take full responsibility for my actions. To Mr. Michael Cleveland's family, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for the pain and suffering that I've caused your family. During my incarceration, I've made some crazy mistakes in prison, but I've also completed classes and programs that have contributed to my change. Understanding my own selfishness and developing a sense of empathy is also a major factor in my changing process. Had I taken these classes before, I wouldn't have got involved in that relationship with that correction officer, because I still was making decisions that were just off an impulse without thinking about it. But these classes have helped me be aware of my thinking. It's helped me to understand that when it comes to take responsibility, you have to admit to the wrong you did, correct the wrong you did, and learn from the wrong that you've done. And it's just that my hope that Mr. Michael Cleveland can accept my apology. And I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. And I thank the board for giving me this opportunity, and I thank God for this opportunity. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Moodry.
Yes, sir. My name is Chelsea Moodry. I'm a third-year law student with the LSU Law Parole and Reentry Clinic. I'm joined today by my supervising attorney, Robert Lancaster. I don't want to take up any more time than I need. I just want to say that in 1996, a jury sat down and they heard gruesome facts of a senseless crime committed by a 15-year-old kid. And they handed Damian Riley a conviction, but they also handed the judge a note. And that note's attached in the brief. But that note said and asked the judge that Damian be given any and all rehabilitation opportunities. And so despite hearing all those facts of the crime, the jury believed that Damian could be a rehabilitated man. And I just want to say 26 years later today, Damian has proven that jury right. Damian has taken every opportunity afforded to him in the prison system, continually striving for self-improvement, but the improvement of those around him. That's shown through his healthcare employment. That's shown through his role as a mentor in the church. What Damian failed to mention, maybe because he's too humble or too nervous, but Mr. Carey did mention that many of his accomplishments were made before he even knew that he would have the opportunity of being paroled. That includes his GED, tier walker training, emergency methods training, courses of that nature. The recent write-up was mentioned, and I understand the concern regarding this last write-up. To address that, I'll tell you what Damian told me is what he just said. It was a mistake. There's no denying that. But maybe in a way, ironically, it was an opportunity to better himself. And that's what he's done. So I don't want to belabor any more points. I will end by saying that Damian knew that he couldn't change what he had done, but he knew that he could change himself. And that's what he's done here today. And the result is the man that you see sitting there on that tiny screen, no longer the 15-year-old that committed the crime, no longer the 15-year-old brain that committed the crime. Damian is older now, a few more gray hairs, but he's wiser. And that's why he's wiser and more mature. And that's why I ask, along with his family, along with his mother, we ask that he be granted early release. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Yes. All right. This is the last one, y'all. This is the last one. Is the audience ready to vote? Yes, we are. The poll is in the chat. Will the judges grant parole in this case? Let's see what the audience think. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. Let's see what the audience think. This is our last one for today. Then we are out of here. Don't forget to check out the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. Nightbot is putting all these links in the chat. And you can check the description because we have links in the description as well. So don't forget to do that. Check all that out. I think they're gonna let him out because he was 15 when this happened. He spent 20-something years in there. He made some progress. The crime of him messing with the CO, I mean, it could have been worse. I mean, the CO was at fault as well. I think they both were at fault. And I think the CO is even more at fault for even, encouraging this type of a relationship with the inmate, makes it even worse. Makes it even worse. But I'm convinced that they're gonna let him out. That's my feeling. I know I heard the details of the crime, but the jail is supposed to be for rehabilitation and reformation, and I think maybe he has reformed somewhat based on the things that they said. So that's where I'm at with it. I think they're gonna do it. I think they're gonna grant him parole. Remember, if it's not unanimous, he's gonna be denied. So it has to be unanimous. It has to be unanimous grant in order for him to get out. So if any one of these judges think that he's not ready yet, then it's gonna be over for him. And so far, I think the judges, I think they're gonna let him slide. They're gonna let him get over on this one. Just let me know what you think. We got 20 seconds left. Let me know what y'all think. Getting ready to end the poll. This is our last one for the day. Oh. Got 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. Poll is ended. We got 18 votes. Will the judges grant parole in this case? 61% said no. 38% said yes. Majority thinks that it will be no. So let's see. Let's see how it goes. Judges?
All right, Mr. Jones.
Yep. Good job, counselor. Good argument.
Thank you.
This was my case to analyze and to ask the first questions on, and I thought it was going to be a lot easier than it is for me. There are points to be made, obviously, and have been made. This is, although the result was a death, this is the least premeditated, least heinous, most 15-year-old impulsive reaction to being scared crime I've ever heard of. What a tragedy that his one bullet was enough to kill this poor man. I suspect he could have well shot himself in the foot. It wasn't planned. It wasn't. He was startled. The most conscious bad decision he made, I don't think was the murder. It was getting the stupid gun for $20 with one bullet. That was a terrible decision, and it led to the rest of it. And so it's hardly a multiple murder. This is not a savage thing. On the other hand, Ms. Barbera made what I thought was an excellent point, and that is that Mr. Riley got written up and was doing stuff that he admits was the wrong thing 6 months after he got parole eligibility. Knew for the first time in 25 years, I guess, that he could get out. And in 2018, conducted himself and engaged in behavior that got him written up. And gives me very serious pause as to whether or not he's ready to be paroled. My vote is to deny your parole. I encourage you to reapply as soon as possible. In the meantime, you will have had more time as a healthcare worker and to have established yourself in that way. You may increase your trustee status. It was taken away because you made that relatively recent mistake. And don't make any more mistakes like that. Things that you know are wrong and do anyway. So my vote is to deny your parole.
Mr. Marabella.
I guess this is why we have these hearings, because you can't learn everything that we need to learn from paper. I have listened to everyone very intently. There's no question that there is tremendous family support. I was especially impressed with his brother, who spoke about how he was his, I guess for lack of a better word, mentor while he's been in prison. It's kept him doing the things that he is doing. While I agree with Mr. Jones about, this may have not been the most thought out crime, a man is dead. There are consequences to one's actions. Granted, this was a 15-year-old young man. This, you would think after so many years in the law, I would get used to things like this, but this is a constant reminder that so many people are affected by people's actions and their crimes. Ms. Barbera, who is someone I've known for a long time, a very seasoned prosecutor, very emotional today. She cares very much about what she does. She personally witnessed the body. I can't imagine what the victim's family is going through. The irony of asking for parole at the same age of the person that you killed, that's not fair. That just isn't fair. I've learned also in the law that things aren't always fair. Fairness doesn't always judge the day. I believe that many excellent programs have been shown. I think Mr. Riley has done a lot of very positive things. I also am very concerned about the write-up 6 months after Judge Anderson granted his reduction and his ability to be able to be paroled. I'm pleased at the fact that he was doing MRT, but I don't think he finished the program. I believe that that is something that he needs to finish, and he needs to do a little more and realize and understand that. I would encourage him as well to reapply for parole as soon as he can. It would be my vote to deny as well.
Right, you have 2 votes to deny your parole. Again, you've heard from both board members, with great opportunity comes great responsibility. And, the 2-year, the last DB is a problem for me. I think you're right there and you're doing a great job. You just need to kind of continue to work hard, do the things you need to do, show us that you can be right up free. But today I'm going to vote to deny as well. So 3 votes to deny your parole. Your parole's been denied. Thank you.
Good luck.
I want to do it right now.
Thank you very much.
My goodness.
And I think this is our last case. We will adjourn at 2:31 on Thursday. Everyone have a great day.
Thank you. Until next time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Wow. Until next time. Wow. Yeah. I'm a few of these cases are gonna be premiering. My goodness, they're interesting. My goodness. Wow. Unanimous no's. Unanimous no's. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't go the way we thought. Shout out to the people that voted. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Thank you to all the new members and returning members. Thank you to everybody that voted. Very, very appreciative of you guys that voted. Interactions count a lot. And we're going to be out of here until we do this again. Now, let me say goodbye to everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I appreciate all the participation, everybody that hit the like button, everybody that watched. And we're going to be doing this again, so be on the lookout during the week for more content like this. Check out the premieres. They're going to be frequent. We got shorts. Don't forget to join the Wabbit Crime Network Discord. It's free to join. However, we have exclusive content in there for members only that are members on this page. So be on the lookout for that. But we have content for people that are not members as well. So don't worry about it. Just join the Discord to keep up with all the latest about the Wabbit Crime Network and crime content. We will be streaming live court trials in the Discord. Tomorrow we'll be starting with YSL, his court trials. So you don't want to miss that. You can find a place where you can view these trials with some people that you can interact with. We got a lot of things in the work. We got the Wabbit Crime Cam channel where you can find surveillance videos and body cam videos of mainly police videos. So that channel is fairly new, and we're going to be growing that channel together. So let me give a final shout out to everybody and a shout out to all my members. Courtney Peach, Yvonne May, Steve A, Trey Spectives, Sunrise 71, Distracting One, Gems Eye View, Long Live EA, Tesha Z's, Highly Favored, Uncle L, Real Time TV, Go Getter, Katana, Dana Maria, D Grant, Alif CJ, Kobe Knowles, J Dub, Sheila B, Miss Eve, 27 Durin, Thad Tias, It Is What It Is, T, Lovey Star, Roll Rich ENT, Queen of Three, Egon Breeze Block, Nene Faye, Sugar Bear, Lucy, Fats TV, Bree, Top Monster Gaming, Tora Hayes, Mad Max 250, Sonya B, Draco, Toby Kaiwu, Shorty XO, Dove C Lit, Thick Cut, 7G07, Diana Deborah, George Smith, KTC, Letitia's Third Eye POV, Jamie Jules, Jason with a Carrot. Salute to all the members and all the new members. Salute to all the new subscribers. I will see you guys around. Look forward to more content on this channel. Thank you for everybody. Have a good night.